he identified waste and spending. The federal government wastes money on others.
Hey, bro, you can't be that stupid.
No, I'm quite aware.
We're not talking about contracts here. We're talking about.
It doesn't matter if it's contract or actual government.
We're talking about hey, the NTSB board member. We're talking about he tried to fire Cook from the board of governors of the Fed Bank. We're talking about all the CFOs and CEOs and CIOs that were black. He fired.
Let me ask you. Hold on,
They get paid a ton of money, and it's
that's all the fucking point. They were fired without even because they were black.
It's a bunch of bureaucratic fucking waste of money.
Yes, but those positions were not deleted. They were replaced by incompetent white men.
Okay.
Were those federal employees hired only because of their color of their skin?
Joe, go fuck yourself because you know that's not.
Yeah, no. You see what it is. So if you're saying they were fired,
okay. Therefore, all white people are hired by the color of their skin. Are you fucking stupid?
Yeah, no. Clearly. In your world, the paradigm must be.
You don't know nothing about my world. We're talking about my world. My world is not your world.
No, listen to the convolutedness. You claim that you were hired in your jobs based on your merits, not by the color of skin. However, these folks have only been fired from their job because of the color of skin. Well, clearly, then they were only hired into these roles due to DEI because of the color of their skin, right?
That's
asinine.
That's asinine. Because guess what?
Asinine.
You went to
So
Harvard.
I don't think the racism
Hold on. You see?
Your party is
hold on, Joe.
This racism.
Joe.
We're trying to
Joe, the people that were fired, how educated were they? How brilliant were they? How many annual awards did they want? What were their performance ratings? All that shit is coming out because it's a matter of fucking record that they have performance rating because they work for the government. But yet they were fired, you dumb
So you think Stephen Miller said, let's fire all the black people we can. This will be fun.
Absolutely. That's exactly what happened.
You're showing it's true.
I know. Yeah.
Hey, it's all coming out of the motherfucker.
They don't have actual evidence of
yes, there's a court case, man. That's why I know. That's why I know about the 78%. That's why I know about the. That's why I know about the performance rating. That's why I know about who got fired and what the education level was.
Let me tell you the type of ideology your party has. Joe
Biden. Quit fucking talking to me about party. I'm talking about a specific thing. You're going back to party.
If you don't let me finish my thought. Joe Biden, when running, clearly stated that he had already made up his mind of who he was going to appoint to the Supreme Court. And it was going to clearly be a black woman, regardless of her marriage, regardless of where she stood. So, I mean, if the president...
And Trump said he's going to put in a white man, and that's what they've always done.
ML, can you not hold your composure, bro? Listen, at the highest position, one of the highest positions in our federal government, and one of the highest, and the highest position in the president, promising someone running for that position, promising that they were going to hire someone based on the color of their skin. That is the epitome of the entire Democrat Party. That is how y'all think. You hire everyone based on the color of your skin, or at least who's loyal to the
Joe, for the game. Nobody hires somebody based on the color of their skin. And for you the guys to consistently think about that, you'd be a fucking idiot to hire somebody based on the color of their fucking skin. That's what white fucking people do by denying other people's access. That's what people do.
It was terrible, by the way.
ML, you default to the idea that Republicans has fired these people based on the color of skin because your party only hires people based on the party of their skin. Clearly, Joe Biden only intended to hire. Listen, clearly, Joe Biden intended only to hire the next Supreme Court justice based on the color of her skin. He made it very clear. This is how y'all think. This is the lens that you've applied to the people.
Okay, hold on.
Clearly, they must be racist. We're racist.
Okay, when Clarence Thomas is there, he goes out the day, bro. Everybody talking to you.
Alright, get the fuck out the way.
Bro, everybody talking to your fucking.
You're not saying shit.
Ain't nobody talking to your simpleton ass, bro.
Alright, one mic on the other.
Yeah, Edward's in the queue here. Go ahead, Edward.
Edward, I'm done. I'm gone.
Whatever.
Oh, come on, Mel. Don't be a sore.
Yo, I'm done. Conversation over. Bye. You guys have a good one.
Oh, you would.
Whatever.
We
No,
won't.
guys, listen. That's the beauty of being an American. People have a right to leave. So, but they don't have a right to alter the facts. Okay?
I don't get more
It's very
than
unfortunate
anything.
since we hold these truths to be
I don't know why.
That's not saying we hold these truths to be ethnic evidence.
Accidentally,
Okay.
I'm pretty much
I don't know why we come on stage and yell and scream, call people all kinds of names, and believe that people actually get
I don't know
fired
John
because of
Kitover
the color of
said
their
he
skin.
made friend
No,
with John.
we have a
Alright, I got some shit to say. I'm about to get that Botox that makes you not sweat. I'm about to get it underneath my boobs. This is fucking crazy. It is way too hot
It should not be. Our federal government, that we have the only
here.
country
What?
in the world that has a limited government. Very clear. Now, I just want to share with you guys what I actually put in the chat, and everybody can go because a lot of this stuff is documented, and I'll be very brief because I think that sometimes people just talk and they never go and read the information that's available to them because it's pretty easy for us all. The first one says the Voting Rights Act was designed to stop those discriminatory practices and enforce the 15th Amendment. Okay? This is what most people don't look at when you say the 14th Amendment guarantees equal protection under the law. Okay? It's all documented evidence that you can do. The next one, it says here, key point, the law did not say only certain ethnic groups could vote. Instead, it prohibited governments from using race-based discrimination to block citizens from voting. That's a big one. Critics and supporters debate how far federal enforcement should go today, especially around redistricting, voter ID laws, and pre-clearance rules that once required some states to get federal approval before changing election laws. The last two more. But the the act was framed as an enforcement mechanism. This is so important right here. The enforcement mechanism for equal voting rights under the Constitution, not a separate ethnic-based voting system. That's the big one for us to all realize, right? This is important for us. You know why? Because are we having people in America vote only because of their ethnicity and not because of their values? Like some people say, you voted for Trump. No, I didn't vote for Trump. I voted for Edward. Okay? This is important to me. You know why? Because I believe in voting values, not just a party, not just a group, and I'm definitely not voting by skin color, ever. Because I did not get to choose to be ethnically black. I did not get to choose to be born in America. I even get to choose to be a male. But one thing I can choose every single day is vote values. My value is I don't want to be judged on my ethnicity. I want to be judged on my marriage. Thank you for allowing me the mic. Again, it's a privilege, not a right.
We're gonna hold a lot more seats in the future. We're gonna control Congress, pretty much. It's gonna have a lot easier time. And then, and Trump won, and all these things have happened, and there's nothing you can do about it. So it's over. And this is our chance to make him suffer. So we should take every chance we can when he's in here to make him suffer. And he freaked out when I told him this, and he said something about we need to eliminate you people or something.
He did say that. Good point.
Yeah.
No, he did.
He said that?
Yes.
You didn't pull it back? No.
Let me ask you guys.
Hold on, guys. Are you surprised?
It's not.
Are you surprised?
Hold on. It's not performative when I say they want to kill him.
Exactly. I'm not surprised by this. Guys, we know it's going to get. They're not talking.
Fight the football, run the big victory, and make them suffer. That's all you have to do. Now,
He said civil war is coming. You guys see that?
See, you hear that? Civil war is coming.
I think that's a question, massive question, Beaver.
We
We're
wait
not
on
mad
that.
to say something.
Can I just say real quick? Because I want to quote him really good on this one. Because Joe has mentioned this before. He didn't catch it, but it was a subtle. It was once we get control, we want to take you out or eliminate you. It was like something along those lines. So that is definitely the thinking. It was really a subtle thing. You had to really pay attention, or really quickly to pay attention between all the yelling.
that he was doing. But
I said it right after I said that we won, it's over, we control this and this. He goes, well, this is why you people need to be eliminated.
yeah, he's like, once we get, or he said something else about control too. I don't know if you caught that, but he said, yeah, exactly what Beaver just said. Go ahead, Edward.
Well, and I agree with Beaver in the fact that America won, not just our side guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. At the same time, we got to be very careful. We don't want the federal government on any side ruling the 350 million individual Americans in the 50 individual states. We did win. And you're correct, Peter. We did overturn Roe versus Wade because of the courts. We did reduce as much government as we could. And we're still trying. The challenge that you all have to look at, okay, is when you take crack from a crackhead, it's very, very difficult. And we don't understand that a lot of these
Wait. I'm a crackhead, so I don't know.
Hey, stop.
It's real though. I mean, I look at it as a boat that's slowly sinking, and Trump has just got it patched. He's prolonging it, but you know, I'm just enjoying the ride before this motherfucker sinks, dude. You know.
Let me just I land on this guy. We also got to believe in limited government. See, I ask people, all of us, do you know your local elected official? Do you know your senator? Do you know your congressperson? Do you actually even follow your governor? Don't you guys understand the biggest distraction that we currently have is the federal government? Okay? The federal government rules from the bully pulpit, and this is what they're arguing about. See, they're missing out the fact that most of the people that were hired came from the local states, guys, because this is what the congressmen and women are pushing. So if they don't like it, they got to get back to that. If we did win, Beaver, I don't disagree with you. But at the same time, let's make sure we get the government back to the people, not the government enforcing the laws against the people.
Yeah, but when you get a chance to rub it in on these horrible, terrible, degenerate people, it's time. This is the times that, you know.
We're not just rubbing it. We have to get ahead of it. We have to try to save the country because, listen, there's been so much damage from the left and the right because of big government policies that we are so far away from where our forefathers envisioned our country.
Oh, I know. You can't rest on your laurels.
You know what I'm saying? Right?
Yeah, it's not over. I'm just saying, as far as clubhouse bullshit battles, they can't stand it, and they have nothing. There's just nothing down. And
I don't just rub it in on the clubhouse. I rub it into the left in general. Maybe not so in their face, you know, in person, but yeah, I mean, like, you know, but we do got to try to save the country, and we can celebrate, but the fight's not over. You know, the left is as hell bent on doing whatever they can now. I mean, shit, they don't have, you know, they don't give. They want to open up the fucking borders for every Tom, Dick, and Harry illegal immigration for votes. They want to fucking have no ID for votes. They want to vote for dead people. I mean, they don't give a fuck. They will destroy this country to gain power. And now, bro, they're really pissed. Now they're really mad, bro. I mean, it's going to be a fight, bro. This is going to be a real fight. I mean, it's a fight for the future.
You know the saying, sometimes you got to take, like in the middle of doing something, you got to take a step aside and take a moment to enjoy the victory. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, dude, totally.
Or else it makes it all pointless.
You got to, because guys, we're never going to get a time alive with Trump, with a guy who fights like Trump. So like Beaver's saying, we got to enjoy it, man. Fucking take a breath and enjoy the time that we have right now, because we're going to look back at this and say, damn, it was sure nice to have a fighter like Trump. There was nobody like this guy. And the left hates him because he's so effective. He's such a fighter, bro. Yeah, they wish they had a fighter like we have.
Well, so
I hear you, but are we win-lose or are we win-win? Regardless of what the left say, they're still American, right? We have to come up with better articulate ways of communicating to people that don't believe in our Constitution. Okay? The founding fathers said that they're foreign or domestic entities. We got to learn how to communicate. Yes, we won, but we won as Americans. Okay? Not as just individual ideologies, because I believe in limited government. That's all. But I'm not going to beat up people because they have a different ideology. I'm going to try to explain to them why they support the president, their governor, support those things that are good for us, not just beat people up. Because right now, both the left and right are at odds with each other. And to me, that's win-lose, not win-win.
All right. So this is the thing. I think this is where Beaver's pushing back, and maybe myself a little bit. I think we do have to kind of put the foot to the neck. Let's just face it. There's no real ideology that the left has that I agree with, especially the real progressives, which is pretty much taken over their party in a lot of ways. So I don't see any reason why we can't put the pressure on completely. I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but not. I don't want to sound like them, like eliminate. I'm saying like
You do,
Don't take the foot off the gas now. Don't take the foot off the gas now. We need to fucking, you know what I mean?
That's like the.
But haven't y'all already won though?
Hold on. Like the decorum of things, you know, like we're supposed to respect the opposition in that way. But I think when the opposition isn't playing on the same field as we are in that way. Like they're not looking to have a fair fight, if that makes sense, Edward. I don't know if you see that at all. Like I think this is where the disconnect between, like, I guess quote unquote MAGA and like Republicans in that way is that we MAGA sees a fight ahead and we aim to win, where the Republicans are going to go down a different route and try to play the usual route.
Try to play nice with
these
it. And it
guys.
never works. It bites us in the fucking ass.
Party, that's what
So my question is, if y'all own everything right now, you literally run the entire government, why are we still having conversations as if like y'all don't? Like shouldn't we be having conversations as if like we run this shit, like what's all the shit that we get done to make our visions true? I mean, I guess to a degree.
We still have people in there that are rhinos, or they're still.
But what is a rhino though? How you gonna tell somebody that's a real Republican that's been Republican longer than a lot of people have been alive?
Why everybody has to say that?
I'm not even a Republican, but I feel like that's low key some anti-American type shit.
No, it's not, dude. No, it's not. Listen, so you know what a rhino is, man? Like, so the old Republicans, Mitt Romney, John McCain, George Bush, Jeb Bush, all these assholes, dude, that are really, because they're big corporate assholes who all they do, man, they say they're Republicans. Yeah, they're in bed with the Democrats. They're friends with the Democrats. They like big government. They like globalism. They like fucking corporate.
How come we don't care about the corruption and Trump and Biden?
Mitch McConnell.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. You're correct.
Marshall's
Marshall, hold on. I want you guys to pick up what Doug's saying. You can call it whatever you want. Each one of these people represent a district of the United States government. And the people that they represent keep voting them in. True. If you want to, hold on. If you want to change someone, change the people voting. You guys keep voting and saying it's the right. Listen, we got a Joe Biden because the state of Delaware voted him in for all those years. You got to look at we the people who keep doing it. You guys think that the top of the head is what's causing this? Remember, our country thinks on we the people, not we the government. And we the people are not participating properly. And like he said, it's low value. This is what we keep talking about. We keep talking about the rhinos, but we never talk about the people and their responsibility. This is the challenge that we have, guys. Listen, our Constitution, which is part of the Bill of Rights and all these other things, right? And the Declaration of Independence is for us to have government out of our lives. That's the framework of it. But for us to keep saying we got these people representing us, no, we got it. And I'll land on this, guys. 350 plus million Americans. We have in 2026 the most uneducated group of people in America that do not know their actual Constitution, the Bill of Rights, Declaration of Independence. So they're still relying on government. That's what they're relying on. Both sides. So I land.
Facts. Hey, motherfuckers can say whatever they want, but I feel like the way they talk about John McCain is fucked up. John McCain, Mitt Romney, I'm not saying they was perfect, but I don't feel like they were sellouts.
They were, bro. They absolutely were. Like when Trump was first of all, remember when Trump was campaigning, who were the ones who were stopping Trump? It wasn't just the Democrats.
Yeah, Romney sold out.
Yeah, it would be the establishment Republicans
You're right.
who fucking did not want him in there because they didn't want some unestablishment guy coming in here and fucking shit up.
McCain actually started the Russia hoax.
Yeah, but we started that. I remember he
I'll
thumbed
give
down
a
on.
specific
Fuck yeah.
example. I'll give a specific example about John McCain and how he betrayed the American people. He ran for nearly 6 years on repealing Obamacare. He fundraised off of it for his election. I forget if it was 2014 or 2016. It was right around there. He promised to his voters that he would repeal it. And when the opportunity arose, he was the downvote, all because of his personal beef with Donald Trump.
Yep.
So here he was.
Thumbs down.
He betrayed American voters that had been voting for what he was selling us. But he
Not only that, Joe, did you hear also, man, that after George Bush was chosen as the Republican nominee, he was literally so mad at the Republican establishment because he was expecting a shoo-in. When George W. Bush won, he was about to defect the Democrat Party, and was just almost did and was talked out of it. He's just spiteful. He's a spiteful old fucking man that was trying to fuck America. And honestly, it's crazy, man. You know, I don't know. I don't think it happens.
There's something that happens to these people that run for president and then lose. It's like they lose their mind. And you can see this over the years, not just Republicans, but Democrats too. Look at how Hillary lost her senses. Look at now Kamala. She's in this swan dive going on where she's completely unhinged. And here she was just this last week saying, we have any idea is a good idea. Well, I don't know if y'all are familiar with this, what she was talking about this week. But when they're having meetings about any idea is a good idea, that means there is no good ideas. The Democrats don't know
They
what
don't
to do.
have a good idea.
Yeah, and this is what happened. This is what happened to McCain. This is what happened to Romney. Is their brand of right-wing Republican Party, whatever, it didn't win. It wasn't successful. And they held resentment over it.
They wanted to hurt the party together, yeah. And
The
hurt the
same
country.
resentment that Hillary held. Go ahead.
Joe, you just brought up a great point that these individual Americans have chosen to go against the American populace. You know, what Romney did, like John McCain. And you're right, it was a personal beef. Unfortunately, these guys are in that position to try to tank the presidency of Donald Trump the first time. And now we see it, Joe, and you know this very clearly, that a lot of people keep talking about Donald Trump as if though he is the one causing all the problems. No, Donald Trump is the one exposing all the problems.
Yes. And that's exactly what they were afraid of. They were afraid of, man, because these people have been in bed for years, man. They would fight publicly and then come together for a bipartisan pay raise and shake each other's hands and go on fucking vacation. They didn't want a good deal. They didn't want a good deal to go back. But they got Trump coming in here fucking shit up, and they were willing to kill this man for it. We can't trust these fucking swamp assholes, man.
Well, I don't probably get it. I have a little bit different view on us using violence. And I know sometimes it happens even here. We had a civil war. And on our soil, the only one in all the nation. But this one thing I've learned. I live in California, guys, and I adopt a liberal every month if I could. And why do I adopt a liberal? To let them literally understand the difference of why they should want our country to be number one. Why should we be pro-America? But listen, guys, we're the only country where we, the people, get to decide. We do that. What I mean by this,
man, listen,
hold on. Let me get to the question, man. So what I do is I go to different places, young people. We call it 1826. what I do is I talk to young people from 18 to 24 who are actually liberal. They may have a college degree, and I ask them, what do you actually know about America, and how were we found, and how did we get where we are? And they go, well, the government, the first thing they talk about is the government, it's bad, it's the enemy, and as I see, you're telling me already that you hold no truth to be self-evident. I asked them that question. What truth do you hold to be self-evident? Do you know that you live in a country that you have a right to go and do whatever you want?
Oh, this is awesome, Edward. You need a podcast doing this.
I'm telling you what, I listen to it every day.
This is what I say, and they don't understand, because I have children. They grew up in Orange County, right? And I tell them all the time, listen, we live in the best country in the world. There's more abundance than negativity. But every program that's been instituted by government is a drain on our economy. From Section 8 to Big Pharma to whatever you want to call it, even corporate government. I mean, for us to bail anybody out of anything, no. We have a thing that if you are not just an American consumer, you should go bankrupt. Period. No one should be done out. That's what happened to Spirit. Okay? And everybody's complaining. No, this is not how our country works. Okay? Listen, if Edward goes out today and violates his hearing because he chose that he saw some chick booty ladies, my wife calls it the 4 B's, and I'll land on this. She said, use your brain, don't look at the press, don't look at the booty, so you won't be bankrupt. We got to stop that with the young people. Young people, go ahead.
Have you ever had a liberal female make out a cry after you was being nervous mentally? Like,
I don't think they cry. I think that this was they said. Well, why didn't they tell me this? I said, because they don't teach civics anymore. I should have been the one teaching you this. There's no one coming to our rescue. They're telling you that they can solve your problem, but they're not in your home. They don't make any decision for you. They're selling you a lie. And I went all of it.
They can't tell you you're racist. You're a racist white man.
Beaver, do you mind if I get in there?
I'll let you go after me. You know how many times I've been called back? I've been called a sellout. I lost my race car. I said, when was I issued the car? I don't know. I was born American. And I've been to 54 countries, guys. There's no place like this place. I get to choose where I want to live. I get to choose where I want to go. And if that does not look like me, don't want me in their space, you know what I have a right to do? Walk away. Why would I want to work for somebody who don't want me to work for them? I mean, come on, if you don't like it, that's not my problem, that's your problem. Because I would be the best person working for you. But if you don't want that, keep moving. I'm good. And I want us all to remember this. If people come here and all they talk about is ethnic group, I don't know if the person who's ethnic is even qualified. Do they have the skill set? I hire people, all different people, Japanese, Koreans, even Muslims work in our organization. You know why? Because they have the skill set, not their ethnicity, not their religion, is what we need at the time we hire people.
Do you mind if I get in there, please?
If they don't want to hire me because I'm a woman, guess what? I'm going to keep moving. I know my worth. I'm a child of God.
All right. So what I was going to say is that I live in a very, so I'm a conservative, obviously, but I live in the most liberal city in my state. And mainly I do it for jobs, and it's a beautiful area because I was actually born in the Northwest. But also, these people are not terrible. I mean, they're just misunderstood. A lot of them, yeah, there is some bad eggs, there is some bad people on the right. But I think that, generally they're really good people by heart. They're just kind of they're misconstrued. Some of them are lost, but you can maybe change their mind, and even if they don't agree with you at the time, if you make a compelling argument with them, and something happens that you made an argument about, that was compelling, they might later realize that you were right all along, or they might just start to realize, that we're not so bad. Just a lot of the left, I think, thinks we're just fucking demons, right? But we're not. We're good people, values, and I assume some of these people are too, not all of them. But so I like to try to talk to them, and I don't push the subject, It's better to talk to it online, but sometimes you can talk to them face to face, and come to an agreement. Not all of them, obviously, but it's just I'm not afraid to speak to them face to face about it. But there's a time and a place for it. But yeah, I mean, these are Americans at the end of the day, and we can't fucking treat each other like we're a bunch of demons. So
I know.
we can't take over.
Did you see what happened when I came to speak? Right when I started. What did you see happen?
What's that?
Did anybody say it again, Joe?
Right away. Wouldn't even have the conversation.
You know why? Because I don't deal with the racist role or the yelling. You got to give me, how did you actually come to this conclusion? And give me documentation. So we all talk a lot, but I lived in this country for 62 years. And I promise you, there is no place on planet Earth that treats all their citizens better than any other country. That's why everybody want to come here, guys. Listen, if you believe that America is about ethnic groups, it's not. It's about the ideal. Can you govern your own life? That's why it says we hold these truths to be self-evident. But if you want to have a group think, just listen to what I heard this morning. They did the redistricting so that a black person could not win and represent black people. I thought they were supposed to be representing the Constitution. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Okay, I'm wrong.
I don't think.
No, he's right. There is supposed to be representation.
Hold on, guys. Let him finish. Why do you believe I'm wrong?
It's not about electing a black person specifically. It's about a person that will have black people's best interests in mind. And that's what it's about, not necessarily electing a black person.
The person that was running that got redistricted.
Hold on.
He was actually white. He was going against the black white lady.
Hold on, can I just be clear on something? Hold on.
Can I?
Yeah, finish it.
That made a great point. So, I'm gonna ask you this: is it the interest of the American people should be the interest of all American people?
Can you explain that, please? Can you have a little bit more?
Okay. Right now, we have laws in the United States of America. Are they only for one ethnic group or for all Americans?
I guess I feel like laws are for everybody.
Exactly. So then why would Edward need someone that looks like me to represent a different interest than the rest of America?
So are you talking about, again, if we were trying to specifically elect a black person?
Correct.
I guess that's the point that I'm trying to say, is that I don't think it's about specifically being black people. It's about being able to elect candidates that will have black people's interests, which doesn't allow.
I'm going to tell you again, are your interests as a ethnically black person, are they not the interest of the country?
I feel like the way you phrased that, I'll say it like this. They had this black lady that was, I think, trying to go for Virginia. She's a Republican, and she didn't win. Me being a black person, just because she's a black Republican, I wouldn't fuck with her because the shit that she was about wasn't in black people's interests. You know what I'm saying? That's the point.
No, I hear you. I hear you loud and clear. But her interests, were they against black people's interests based on the Constitution?
I feel like the Constitution wasn't even originally written with people like me and you in mind. So I'm just trying
to... Hold on. So I want you to hear yourself. How do I know what was in the minds of those men? Do you think they were thinking about Edward?
Man, sometimes you gotta fucking read a book if you wanna know what's in the book.
At that point, they thought that. So you and I could not be on the same foundation. I do not believe that our founding fathers were sitting around wondering how they can harm black people. I don't believe that, ever. And no one can ever convince me of that because they don't know what those men were thinking. They have no clue. But for me to think that the whole thing was based on the ethnic groups that were around, come on, man. Listen, all I say, people are going to believe what they're going to believe. But if you believe that the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence were not written for you, we're not on the same page.
That might be fair, and that's why America is great. And I still fuck with you, even though you lean with your brother. But I want to bring it back to the point of, we talk about the whole thing and all of that. That it's not about being able to elect a literal black person, but again, to be able to elect politicians that will have black people in mind.
currently by people that look like you and me, could you tell me which one is actually doing the best job for their community? Tell me what community right now that's ran by a black representative where jobs are there, good things are going on. Just explain to me what you said.
I got you. In my city, we do always elect black Democrats. My response to me is that nobody put them guns. Nobody said forcing them to vote Democrat. And if the Democrats really was that shitty, then why haven't the Republicans update shit to be a better motherfucking choice than the people that are being elected? The same way we sat back and we said these old rhinos that were in their districts forever that kept getting elected, the people kept electing them. It's not like it was some big ass conspiracy or anything else like that. So that's what I would say that. And the last thing I'll say is that in Ohio, which is where I'm from.
No, we're on the same page now. You know why though?
Can I say this last thing? In Ohio, where I'm from, they changed our districts. And being a black man, the first thing I noticed when I saw the districts that were changed, it was all the major areas where black people live. They did not change the districts in the country where all the white folks live. They made it so that way the black people who live in the city share more of their district with white folks who don't even live in the city. And to me, the first thing I thought is like, damn, why would they dilute the vote? Like, what do they have to gain by diluting the vote? And I land there.
So, Edward, can I just chime in for 1 second? I just want to kind of clarify your points. So both of your points, and I think it's nuanced, right? The Constitution says that the state should determine the districts in their state, and then those districts are responsible for choosing someone that represents the interests of those districts. So when you say the interests of black people, right? Nowhere in the Constitution does it say people of a specific race or specific color or specific ethnic background or region or whatever should have it, but they say people of certain districts. So in Edwards, to go against Edward in one sense, is technically a person in a district. It could be a complete Chinese district, and everyone there hates America, but the representative is responsible to hate America because that's what his constituents want. So in theory, the Constitution is designed in that way. So when we say, oh, well, black people need someone that's going to represent them, well, no, if black people are in a predominantly white district, then either they should move and say, hey, this district doesn't represent what I want. But to say that we have to change around everything, to say, okay, well, I want to make a black congressional district, then let's make, Indian congressional districts and Native American, that's not what it's supposed to be. The state should determine how they want to determine the legislative districts in their area and the congressional districts. That's the power given to the states. And then those particular districts will then say, these are our interests, these are the important topics to us. Let us vote in our congressional leaders that represent us. Let us vote in our.
Why don't they go to white areas? Why don't they go district to white areas? Why are you going to district to black?
Because it's part of the state.
No. Why did you go redistrict the white only areas? That's my point. It's not
why you are. They are. The maps are changing. Yeah. The maps are. The maps change.
It's because it was up because they want the vote to be red. Yes, the SCOTUS says partisanship can be the number one objective of a state. And so that's what they're doing. The only thing they can't do is you have to prove that they are majority needs just to screw black people over. And that's not their objective. Their objective is to partisanship.
But if you're taking away
Hold on. I want to follow it back to Beaver.
Hold on.
No, that's not. Hold on real quick. I just want to follow up after Beaver. The only way here in the South, I live in Alabama, same thing that Louisiana where I used to live, the only way that they can create these minority majority districts is by taking slivers of the city and dragging it all the way out into areas where there's other black folk to make enough of a majority to create a Democrat district. If you just take the regional area of Alabama and make it a regional selection, it becomes a Republican majority location. So you have to actually gerrymander to make these minority majority districts rather than basing it off geography and culture as it should be.
Yeah,
So, with the denial of, with the striking down of the Section 2, which is majority-minority districts, the court has been playing political gerrymanders, even though gerrymandering is perverts the system. They're fine. Racial gerrymanders, however, are not. Either way, Louisiana is a case where the Supreme Court ruled that there was no racial gerrymandering. Louisiana created a map. The Fifth Circuit, which is where Louisiana is, looked at the map and said, no. This is clearly racial gerrymandering. You can't fucking do that. Go back to the drawing board. So Louisiana is one of the states that's had to go back to the drawing board. There's no pre-clearance anymore, which was Shelby v. Holder in 2013. But the court explicitly forbids any kind of racial gerrymandering now, regardless of whether it's in favor of packing a district, majority-minority district, or whether it's favoring white people or Asian people or Hispanic people. That's unconstitutional.
So I think something people again. I'll go back to what I said.
Let me answer this question.
And I think, just let me finish if you don't mind, just very quickly. So just maps, as long as they're not drawing the maps in a way to than someone else. They can draw their map based on their issues. The goal is states' rights. States' rights say, I should have the ability to have as many representatives as I can in because that's in my interest. So if I want to draw a small sliver of land as a citizen, so that I can get population size, that Congress has for their state government has to say these are the rules for which the minimum size of the district can be and the maximum size. So they can choose those rules. And I think that's what SCOTUS essentially said. The legislators, as long as they vote on it and they push them, they have the right to choose how they do it, as long as they're not choosing it based on race or choosing ones to avoid certain races. So, if you have a black person who lives in a white district, right, you don't say that representative, or if you have a black community that lives in a predominantly white community, the expectation is they're going to elect someone that will cater to both groups of people and be able to work with it. That's how it's supposed to work. Unfortunately, people are saying we need to have a black district because they need someone that looks like that. We need to have but then they never said, but then the other groups will say, well, why not have a Spanish district? Why not have a Native American district?
It's not about people that look like them because that Tennessee district wanted, bro.
Are you talking about when...
Hold on, Katie, get out the car. Katie, get out the car.
No, you're not right. That's not fair.
I'm not lying. You can look this up here. Relax.
No, you're lying.
No,
He's lying if you don't actually know he is.
Let's concede once.
Marsha
If
Blackburn.
he's right.
He's not talking about Marsha Blackburn.
Yeah, Katie, let's concede. She's a senator. She's a state senator. She represents. Okay, we're talking about I'm talking about Marsha Blackburn.
Oh my God.
Marsha Blackburn. But the point is that understand that even if you take a community of black people and put them together, right, and say, okay, we want to make it, that means the state is openly looking at race as one of the determining factors of who they want to have in Congress. Isn't that racist? Because then, if somebody's from the country, they've lived there for a long time, they can sue the state and say, hey, how come you didn't give me represent people that are interested in my interests, not someone that looks like me? Someone that's, you have a representative. Well, so why do black people get that preference and not others? Well, historically, but that's unfair. So that's what the Supreme Court essentially said is we need to we need to be colorblind in doing this and put the districts how we want. Now, that allowed the political gerrymandering because it goes, hey, now we can base it on conservative. Well, that's not really, can't discriminate, in many ways. That's not considered discriminating class. So that's what happened.
I think you understand why you're so thirsty.
Did you want to talk?
I would like to say something.
We're getting further away from our show.
Very quickly before I wash my dog, in honor of the President Trump House. And I really wish that you people would follow it if you haven't, because it's really amazing. And also in honor of, this is the preamble of the Constitution of the United States. We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ethnic tranquility, provide and common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, to ordain and establish the Constitution of the United States of America. Okay, now you.
I just want to wait on him up for y'all. That wasn't how you say her last word. She wasn't all of that, bro.
Thank
She
you,
wasn't
Matt.
even cooking like that, bro. But hey, but fellas, what I want, and even Edward, even my black brothers in here, what I want us to understand is, I think you get the vitriol from black people because slavery not being accounted for. I think that's the bottom line of the things. If slavery was accounted for, I think that black people would be more on board for what's going on, bro. They wouldn't even have a fucking issue. But that sole problem has not been accounted for, bro. And I think that's where a lot of the black people's pushback and vitriol and not trusting them comes from. And I can't knock them for doing that. It's some brothers like me that think out the box and don't just go blue no matter who. But I'm rare, and I think that a lot of their pushback comes from that. And there's nothing wrong with saying that either.
But let me ask you a question, mister. What ask you a question?
Mean by slavery.
No, wait, hold on. No. I'm not holding anymore. I've been holding.
Beaver, let me.
No. Wait. I'm joking.
Let me come with my brother Beaver and
No, wait, what do you mean by slavery?
I will answer your question when Edward done, bro, because it's simple.
What do you mean with that word stuff? What are you talking about?
This is one of the things that I try to challenge people of color on. Okay? Very important. So, mister, you made a statement, and I want to make sure we're on the same page. When was the last time a slave was purchased on the soil of America?
It would. I have the day too, but you cooked me on that. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Okay, but this is what I want you to realize. You can't blame a government on commerce.
But we're not just talking about slavery either, bro. We're talking about Jim Crow laws.
No, hold on.
We're talking about how the government flooded our drugs in the 90s, bro. It's a couple of things that haven't been accounted for. And I think that they need to be accounted for, and these people would be on board with what y'all talking about. I'm telling you. I talk to these people all the time, bro, and I be trying to get them to see what we see, but that be the thing that gets in the way. That's why I have to give an example.
No, I know. He can't do that because there's no example.
I was just trying to make you talk, Edward.
No. Okay, mister, all the things you just said, Jim Crow, use that terminology. That was in one segment of the United 13 colonies. It was not all black people affected by that. Okay? So hold on, mister. You got to make sure you know the nuances. Okay? I've never met a slave. Never met a slave owner. I'm 62. My dad was born in 1990.
My dad is 73 years old. He was affected by Jim Crow laws, and my mom. They literally came with stories about it, bro. So your anecdotal experience is not anything that's.
I know,
mister. Bro.
Mister, I know, but you can't blame the whole group of people.
I'm not blaming the whole group of nobody. I'm blaming the fucking government. What's wrong with you, Edward?
Hold on.
White people.
No, hold on.
Problem with white people. That's a business for white people every day.
Mister, I'm not fighting you. You just said you blame the government. I know, but you said you blame the government. Who's the government? Could you name
the government is mixed with all types of people. It ain't just white people.
See, he got these white folks having a cap off for white people.
Hold on. It's really interesting.
Bro, all I'm telling you is that you would get your brothers and sisters on board in the way that you think if literally slavery, Jim Crow laws, the way that they flooded our hoods or our neighborhoods in the 90s with drugs, if we got all of that shit accounted for, then it would be a different energy when it comes to this shit. We may be able to come to the table in agreement, but because of that, it's a lot of people like the way that me and you think, Edward, is rare in our community.
And if you don't recognize that and ask these people why, now I get it, you talk to these people, these dumbass kids in college that don't know shit about nothing, but they think they went to college and they just so fucking, like, they don't even do their history and learn shit. They fucking dumb. High equal knowledge. You talk to those dumbass people and they give you those dumbass answers. But what I'm telling you is, there are people in here that do the homework and know the history, and the only reason why they not siding with something that makes sense. Because I think a lot of the shit that y'all talk about makes sense, which is why I be going back for both sides. I'm an independent, but I'm telling you, if you want to get your brothers and sisters in line from what you think, that has to be accounted for. It has to.
I'll give you an example. Let me just interject here. Look, Mister, the Democrat Party has been the perpetuator of all these grievances from slavery to Joe. However, the application of where the punishment wants to be laid on is white people in general, and then white Republicans particularly, when white Republicans are not actually the ones that were responsible for any of this.
Did you not hear that I said that it's not
my
just
curiosity,
white people, bro? I'm not blaming just white people.
I know you're not. I know you're not. So I'm not trying to put you where you have to defend yourself, but I do know the arguments, right? So the idea is, why not hold the Democrat Party liable through a class action lawsuit for descendants of chattel slavery?
We hold their dumbass liable too.
I don't think they are.
But look,
you can actually hold the Democrat Party liable for these issues.
Joe, you talking to me? Fuck what they got going on. I'm holding both parties liable because they are both a part of the government.
The Republican Party liable.
What do you mean? Why?
Because
they let it happen.
Because the perpetuators.
They let it happen.
They let it happen. They fought against it. Exactly. Mister, they fought against it.
Bro, I know my history, man. I know my history, brother. The birth of the Republican Party had black people involved. I get it, brother.
And also, so, but then why would you want to hold not the Democrats?
Yeah, but hold on, Joe. Mister, when Joe is speaking, in order for you to be able to understand what he's trying to convey,
he's got a history that I already know.
Hold on, I know, but he
I probably know the history.
Mister, listen, it's not opinion contest, okay? We're not trying to be.
I'm not trying to be in a contest. I'm literally telling y'all. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying, if you want the people to be on side and think like you, this has to be accounted for. What is so hard about understanding that, brothers?
I'm going to tell you what's hard about it. I don't want people to think like, sir, you got to understand very clearly, okay? Slavery was horrible. Horrible. Okay? It was bad. But all Americans did not own slaves.
Bro, I ain't forget about you either, bro. It's not that I don't want to answer your question. I just want to get done building with Edward, bro. I ain't forget about it. It got nothing to do with
I want you to go ahead and answer.
White people all the time.
Okay, I know, but listen, see what you call them? I call them Americans. You tell me my brothers and sisters. I don't have brothers and sisters. I'm fellow Americans because I'm an American. Okay? All day, every day. I just happen to be ethnically biased. But what we got to do is we got to be very careful that we're saying that there was injury done to one group of people.
I can't just call you brother. I said brothers. I know.
Mister, I want to ask you a question, mister. No, mister, hold on. Are you only here to answer to respond or answer to understand?
The thing is, I'm responding because I understand where you're coming from. What's frustrating for me is y'all not understanding what the fuck I'm saying. That's where the frustration.
Maybe it's a you problem.
You told me every victim injury that you believe happened at the hands of an American. That's what you told me. You want to blame the government, whether it's the Democrats or the Republicans. You're telling me that someone.
We got a lot of things on this. We ain't even talking about Jim Crow yet.
Was people having commerce.
We haven't even gotten to Jim Crow. Hello?
The people that own land, they own actual land, and they needed workers. And those workers happened to be, at the time, ethnically black people.
Oh! This is Jim Crow.
You have to
Crow.
You know why I haven't addressed it, mister?
Why?
You know why?
Why?
Because you called her.
Say it.
Wow, mister. I'm going to go on mute just because you don't know how to address it.
You call me an N-word.
Okay? I'm going on mute.
That's cool, man.
Oh,
You're not one of my heroes.
shit.
You're literally on the same level as me, bro. It's all
Yeah.
good, though. But
Yeah.
I'm literally
Yeah.
telling y'all
Yeah.
a reason or a solution to your problem. Because we keep on saying, man, why black people won't get on board with this? Why black people won't get on board? I'm telling y'all what would solve that problem and black people could get on board and we can move
Oh,
forward.
shit. He got the solution.
Hold on. Mister, for the record, no one in this room has said, why aren't black people getting on board? That hasn't been advocated.
That's literally what Edward was saying, Joe. That's basically what he was saying, Joe. Maybe not.
Hold on. Let me speak for myself, okay? First of all, I don't want black people on board or nothing. I want black people to be an American. I don't know where you get that from. That's not what I was saying, bro.
You want black people to be on board with being American. If you want black
No.
people to be on board with being American, this is the solution, stupid man.
No. Okay, hold on, mister. It's got to be the last time that you call me an N-word or stupid head. Because you can communicate much better, bro. Okay? Okay, I'm going on mute, okay?
Okay, Edward. Go on mute anytime. We're waiting, Edward.
Can I answer your question, Peter? Yeah, please. We did so long time ago. No, my bad, bro.
Can I say Trump is a waste suit of fucking Israeli platinum?
Nobody cares. Shut up. Damn, they got the fuck out of him. Oh, the same thing bro, we fucking talk about, Beaver. Reparations, bro. But reparations don't look
Gotta get me my money. I need $75,000.
Giving black people some type of power.
Ooh. You hello?
Yeah, it would be a form of black people able to have some type of power to control some industry in America. So that our people
The black industry dominated by the black man.
not just be fucking consumers. That's it. And the reason why I say that is because it's almost been orchestrated for us to be consumers. And I feel bad for these brothers that don't go out and try and create their own. But even when we create our own, we still don't dominate an industry. And it needs to be an industry that we dominate. And we have been shut out of multiple industries when we were trying to actually create something. I.e., maybe even the hair. I'm not asking for y'all to give us support for something, even though my brother came an idea that sounded fire, because we talk about all these black cities, right? The St. Louis, Chicago, Memphis, all of these cities are on the Mississippi River. And I'll be like, damn, how are you niggas on the Mississippi River and y'all missed out on $350 billion that's being made on the Mississippi River through those ports that are in your city, my nigga? What are y'all doing? Well, so it might, it's so Beaver, I'll sit
money on those ports. What are you talking about?
And so Beaver, I'll sit here and be like, there is a time where black people in America have to take accountability to where we are in America, because like you said, we do have the same rights and everything as everybody else. So now, yes, there has to be some type of accountability for us not taking action. But even if we took action, we are 100 years behind. If you look at the wealth gap looks the way it does because it was 100-year head start. And I'm not bitching about it. I'm cool with that. I'm with for myself. My brother down there, the motherfucker, he's
I'm gonna waste your Saturday trying to convince you of a scam that'll never happen. And yeah, that's what's up.
It needs to be some type of form of reparations because now
Gotta be reparated. Motherfucker. What a waste of time.
Fucking ice. Sorry,
Hello?
Let me take this. If I were you, what I would do, because if the government did this, this would be, unconstitutional to give something to just this particular race. Now, reparations would be a different story. But if I were you guys, the markets that you own right now, you dominate professional sports and you dominate entertainment. If you guys were if LeBron and all these guys are we're not going to play until you let us have ownership of these teams, something like that. Use what you have.
But that's why I think that's why.
brother.
And they not really NBA, and guess what the NBA is doing? Lock him out of that shit.
Right. That's why the players will not play until this happens. That's the card he has.
And I agree.
So I have two very practical questions. About this.
I got questions. I ain't got no answers.
I'm not telling you my personal opinion. I'm just going to ask you about the Congress. There is a reparations bill called HR 40, and it's never made it out of committee. And my first question is, hold on. My first question is, how do you get that motherfucker out of committee?
I don't know, Marshall. How did we get it out of committee?
Number one, and I can't tell you if the committee has been dominated by white people or by black people. I'm unsure. That's the first question. The second question is, if we create the rewards, specifically for 1-3.
Can I answer that one question before you move
Wait
on?
till I finish asking the question.
How do we get it out of committee? So there's 5 things that you have to do. Committee leadership must schedule it. 1.
Oh shit.
2, enough members support moving it. 3, House leadership has to prioritize.
You use ChatGPT to get that answer.
And 5, the Senate and the President.
Oh my
That's how we
God.
get it out of committee.
Yeah,
Good one. I like that. That's smart.
Just 16 years ago, we had a black president. Democrat Party had 60 senators, and they had control of the House. They easily could have taken this up.
No, that's why
the
he's a
Democrat
bitch ass
Party.
nigga. That's why we don't. That's why I don't fuck with him.
Clearly, the Democrat Party would rather just fundraise off of this issue and use it as a wedge issue to gain power, but never actually address the issue. Clearly, this could have been addressed during Barack Obama's presidency. Democrats had a super majority. They clearly had a super majority. They could have shoved anything down, any agenda they wanted. Yet they added around for a year Obamacare. Hold on. It carried more to Obama to enrich the health insurance companies than it did to solve any community organizing issue that he rose in power on.
And so I agree with you totally about everything. I debate with my homie about Obama. No, I agree with you totally. Obama is a bitch ass nigga, man.
Oh my God.
I even say that. And see, but this is where identity politics comes in.
We can only do an hour of that show.
If it is true on independent towns, because what that amounts to saying is that, hey, what we really are looking for on physicalism is a theory that like reduces the first personal to the third personal, like semantically or conceptually, right? So like that's not what I'm looking for, right? I'm looking for a theory that says like a single object, so a single object item can satisfy description from 2 different directions, if you like, right? So it's like it can satisfy description in third personal terms and first personal terms, right? Whereas like they want to take
I have to brush my son's teeth. Like, give me like 5 seconds.
When I was speaking.
I'll be back in. He's running away.
So Chalmers responded to that.
When a lifted tundra,
very
nice tundra with a nice RV and a Harley on the back.
Type B typically requires something called strong necessities, right? Which just this idea that like you have a statement, like say Kane is identical to C fiber fire or something like that. That statement has a necessary primary intention and a necessary secondary intention, which I won't
a posteriori necessity or something.
Right? Yeah, but it's a posteriori.
Elections, yeah.
Functioning like one contingent. I think it's. I always forget which one is which. I think it's one contingent, 2 necessary. Really critical ones.
I don't know. I think it started as a troll. I think, dude, I don't know. I think there's something going on there. There's like some sort of psychological thing going on there.
I think it's inspired speech. He's inspired.
Exactly. I love what he says. I
You
love
know,
what he
he has a
says.
laugh underneath his controller. There's actually a smile underneath that.
He's like, I figured out the Trinity for you guys.
And he's telling the Muslims the other day, I'm getting them to our side. Because then, why would you do that? That's a strategy. Why would you declare it in front of the people you're trying to entice?
I think it's because they realize the emanation concept must be the case.
And because of that, they have it's one necessary, it's true necessary, but it's a posteriori because we learn about it from theoretical physics and stuff. So we can't just figure that out a priori.
He has no choice.
So yeah, I mean, I think there probably are other examples of strong
That's why he's good business, but isn't that why he says, like, if you reject the Christian metaphysics of the Trinity, you have a problem?
Do you think there are examples of
He knows that. He's
a posteriori analytic truths?
And he honest you.
That I'm not so sure about.
The good old days.
It depends. Like, so that's an interesting question, but I take it to be kind of separate. Like, I think that you can also know the way you're analyzing something. Right?
He's still inspired by Allah.
Yeah. He's not inspired. He wants all to come to that. To Islam. He's also very motivated. And he's very attached to the Arab. In him, very quickly you see, like, in times of high emotional states, the first thing that comes out is his Arabness and the other person's race. His attachment to Quran again, the language, so lot about Arabic as perfect language and as perfect intelligibility.
And it's one of the youngest languages yet.
It is like not nothing. So
Not one of the youngest languages.
I feel like Moshe is the only one in here that's not a Catholic.
Moshe is Catholic. I bet that plural language of Catholics. He'd never be open to the argument I made to Nizam about the Quran. Just like how Nizam's freaking out, it's behaving like this thing, cray. Mika started to yell at me and pass at me right away. It's not against, it's an argument for all scripture. The one that I made in the shots, just the basic, to provide evidence for. Pro-Americans to a default closure areas. Okay, we know that a lot of Americans aren't ready for that. Okay, you and I think we know, and we also are still
Americans
fighting.
ready for a new scam.
United States, okay. And we also know that there are some unseen, visible hands that we can't trust because we've seen them dismantle our attempts for reparations. COINTELPRO, God knows what else is unsaid. So we have to go outside again. We look to the world and we gotta say, look, world, help us out. This is what we want. This is what we want to do in the United States. Will you work with us? Then we gotta get people in all 50 states. We gotta get people to sign on all 50 states. It has to be reasonable. And then that list of things that you said, working organizations, having solutions, very organized. Those 5 things that you had listed of how we could get the reparations bill not only out of committee, but voted on out of committee to this and approved and implemented. That's what it's going to be. And I mean, I don't think the Jews are going to be too happy about it, but they have wonderful blueprints. They're very organized, and that's what I'm saying.
She's going to beat you.
You have to realize the reason why they have their power is really because
she creates multiple videos.
They control the money. They have always controlled the base of the money, which is why they got kicked out of 107 countries because they always controlled the money. It was a strategic thing.
Yours is not.
Yeah, you can go.
I'm gonna go after that.
Yeah.
What will he do?
See, here's the thing. Yeah, everything you said about Jews is that's what they do. And you know why it works? They're useful to the people they appeal to. It is useful to have one who knows about banking. Or it's useful to have someone who knows about politics. And who are they useful to? The majority. Specifically,
What do you mean? She's a
white
black
people.
woman. That's all the qualifications anyone needs in 2026. She's going to beat you. She creates multiple videos a day. Her momentum is really yours is not. What will you be saying with a USA election?
You know, you had Hillary Clinton calling Republicans deplorables and Joe Biden accusing everyone on the right of being racist MAGA. So I guess the whole idea of being representing everyone went out the window. But the point is still valid. When Obama was president, he understood that if he appealed only to black people, 13% of the population, he wasn't going to last as president very long. The point is, you have to represent everyone. That means, unfortunately, as a politician, you have to balance the interests of everyone. Now, how is giving black people 22 trillion or 40 trillion or whatever that number happens to be at the moment, how does that benefit the interests of white Americans? How does it benefit them to say we are going to put the country 22 or 40 trillion dollars or quadrillion, I'm underestimating it. How does that help me in my day-to-day life to give a minority population millions of dollars individually? It doesn't. It doesn't appeal to them. So if you're going to gain political clout, number one, you got to get off this reparations BS, because all it is, and what we recognize it for, is yet another grip over the fact that there was free and it was bad for everyone. That's number one. Number two, if you are a black politician, because white people are the majority of this country, and guess what? In years, when it's Hispanic people, they're not going to give, when they're the majority, they're not going to give you any of their money. I guarantee it, because they hate you more than even white people.
Is there a red dot on Stacey's forehead?
Ultimately, is you see black politicians who are conservatives getting elected to Congress in their own merit, but you don't see the same coming up in Democrat or blue states. Why? Because you see politicians like Jasmine Crockett or Maxine Waters or others who are just spewing the same racist, anti-white agenda, and the only reason they get elected is because of those districting, which says, oh, okay, we need some ghetto black ratchet politicians in government.
Bro, Maxine Waters ain't. What the fuck is he talking about? I don't agree with the Jasmine Crockett shit, but Maxine Waters is like, bro, chill out with that shit. Just make it
right in the streets.
Make it point and shut the fuck up with that shit.
Yeah. Shut the F up. Shut up. You better shut up. You better shut up. Shut up. Who in real life he would fuck Alan up?
I would fuck you up in real life.
Move the mic around, man. Fuck you, motherfucker. I'll fuck you up in real life.
okay? I'm not fighting with you. So don't go down that, okay, who's got the bigger dick? We'll both end up sounding like idiots.
You know I got the bigger dick.
So let me get. I don't know if I was measuring, but
Yeah, and if you do MF, it's because
George,
mine was too big. I had it reduced down to.
It started. So I say this. I feel the sentiment 3. Here's my approach to it. So when it comes to Black Americans, the biggest issue that they have is bloodlines, and you being
Bloodline. Back to the blood.
Is the biggest issue for Black Americans because overseas and other places they will realize.
Oh shit! Overseas even they got dominions overseas.
Shit. All I gotta do is go back to what my family owns. But
shit, he gotta go back in time to get what he owed now.
Get these 60s and 70s use niggas to tell us this story that all black people and all of your ancestors came from Africa, and as if Africans people ain't come from Africa. I know. I'm just speaking to the general. I don't like the booty scratching niggas either.
Ooh shit.
As if Africans weren't enslaving each other. As if over here weren't enslaving each other. And as if Europeans over there weren't enslaving each other. Slavery was big business all throughout the world at this point in time. And the only way people can kind of unclutter these things is to do their personal genealogy to see specifically what happened to them. Now, some people say, well, slavery in Europe was not like slavery over here. Bullshit. Because I can show you people who did their family tree and went back to Europe and wrote a book about it. And they talked about how their ancestors had their hands tied behind their back, and then they had a lever that pulled their arms up in the air backwards, and they were suspended in the air. And if they didn't tell on who the rest of their family members were, they would release the lever and they would drop down and they would catch it at the last minute and pull their arms out their socket. Like these are real stories of people who trace their family lineage back to, the 16 and 1500s and, in some cases 1400s. And it's all based on genealogy. But in the 50s and 60s, they put niggas in front of us to tell us this story that, hey, this is your story. They don't know shit of family, but they doctored up this whole concept that we're going to relegate history to this group of people, and everybody got to do what this group of people say, and niggas never went back to figure out and validate if what these niggas are saying is true. So now you have a one-size-fits-all story that's watered down, and they just bust the shit down to all black people come from Africa. Okay, now, we fast forward to a crazy. We were taught all of the records from the slaves were destroyed. This was taught in school. At least that's what I was taught down here in Atlanta. Now, when you open up HR 40, it's only 12 pages, and you read HR 40, section, I think it's like 5E1, literally says they're going to use evidentiary documentation to prove that 4 million slaves came up, and that's what birthed to be the Black American population, the 13% today. Now, how in the hell are you going to prove this if you taught us in grade school that the records were destroyed? This is another Democratic to keep black people focused on what the fuck they can control. And we keep handing over our own destiny, our own ingenuity, our own ability. Okay, I see AI kicking off right now. Let me go and learn something about this shit. Let me sacrifice the shit that I like doing on the weekends, hanging out with the homies and shit like that. I might have to miss a few barbecues. I might have to miss a few birthday parties, gatherings, social gatherings. I might have to miss New Year's. I might have to miss all of this shit because I'm willing to put that aside to sacrifice on the shit that's really important so that way I can change my condition. All of that shit has been relegated to a white man
who is our quote unquote, and this is the goddamn Democrat Party that keep recycling this shit, and it makes it hard for people to get out of the hole because they think somebody else is responsible for their condition. When at the end of the day, it's our own issue. That's what the fucking problem is.
Hey, George, good to see you. Good to see you, brother. I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Did you say that other nations had slaves?
Yes, sir.
So are you telling me that when I was taught that black people were the only victims of slavery? Was that wrong teaching?
That's not what you was taught.
That's wrong teaching.
Chattel slavery and that other shit is wait, like, bro, stop it.
Let me finish.
Fucking coon.
Oh, mister, why are you jumping into a conversation?
There was no difference, bro. There was no difference. Maybe how you became a slave was different, but the conditions on a plantation, whether that plantation was in America, whether that plantation was in Africa, plantation was slavery.
When I got Haiti are two examples of the Europeans participating. They got a lot, the English, the French, got a lot of their early money at the beginning of the 1700s out of those slave plantations from the Caribbean.
Let's let Edward finish his point.
Real quick, go ahead. Yeah, thank you. And the reason why, and Sword, I wasn't taught that you know, Sword, that you and I've had conversations about the fact that we're responsible for our own lives. And for me to think at 62 years old, some white guy is sitting in his home thinking about Edward would be asinine. I'm not going to teach it to my children or my grandchildren. I'm going to teach my children that they are in the best experiment in the history of man called America. We're an ideal. Now, if you don't like the ideal, then you're going to miss out because everything else is a bunch of noise. And what you said, Sword, about what you call that they've been teaching for years and years and years and doing this over and over, it's just absolutely crazy that a group of people could be so bewildered in 2026 by the Black Caucus, all of the people out here talking about chattel slavery. And I've never done drugs in my life. I don't care what they bring. I don't care how many times they make drugs legal. I don't care how much alcohol they make legal. Every individual person still have a choice. Okay, we keep believing that just because someone dropped something off in someone's neighborhood, that all of a sudden the drugs just jumped on them. Every individual person is responsible for the outcome of their own.
I'm sorry, Edward, but yes, I wake up in the morning, I'm thinking about you. I go to sleep at night, I'm thinking about you. I'm thinking about you all the time. So there is, in fact, a person who is thinking about you all the time. I just want to let you know that.
I'm going to say one more thing.
I get that. Hello.
Yeah, I'm going to say one.
You cut off. Say it again.
I'll just land by saying this. Yeah, we gotta stop doing the blame thing, man. And I'm not saying you all three because I know your position, bruh. Like, if you are an example of the possibility, there's nothing that's stopping another brother or sister from doing the same thing. And inspiration can come from anywhere. Who can't even speak the fucking language. Can't write, can't read. How the fuck are they able? Yeah, I get it. Sometimes there's problems.
Dang, Sword. Me or Sword?
Yeah, get
right here, Sword. Hey, look. Sword gets his connection better. I'll wait. When you look back in history, the idea of reparations has been sold in many different forms. In '99, the Housing Act passed by Truman that created the poverty centers in urban cities was used by the Democratic Party to be able to relocate black voters so they could take majorities in many of the cities. However, when you look back on it years later, is blamed as one of the causes of racial disparity. Same with the education reforms and the Great Society by LBJ. There's an idea, it's sold in the essence of we need to help with the black folk, and years later it gets reframed as if it's a part of the issues of disparity. We've seen many different issues come up over the years, affirmative action, as lately as DEI. As long as black folks continue to believe that they're not being used as political pawns in this game, that it advances some sort of issue that allows that party to gain power, and then is later, as it loses its luster, it then gets framed as being a cause of the disparity between it. It keeps black folk trapped in this idea that there's still this, society hasn't done enough. So, I support the Republican Party using the idea of reparations to advance a conservative agenda. I think the federal government owns energy below it. I would support honoring the deal that was made of issuing 40 acres to descendants of chattel slavery, as long as there was a competitive agreement between energy companies where they can go in and get that energy out, and that black folk would be able to then gain.
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, the axle of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon, but to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight, but we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him.
As a curiosity and kind of a problem to be solved. And if you hear him speak, his mindset is completely different. And it makes a big difference on your attitude towards opportunity in America. And it's sort of, if you're still there, I'm driving a Yeah, you're still there. No, when you were talking about genealogy and not knowing your genealogy, I wasn't sure where you were going with it. But what I get from that, what is, if I understood you, is that, or I'll interpret what you said. I won't try to assume to know everything of what you meant. But what I get from that is that, yeah, genealogy can be important, but it's the be-all and end-all. And as an example of that, one of the billionaires that Trump looks up to and saw, I don't know if he was ever a mentor, was a guy named Kirk Kerkorian. And he came to this country. He was an immigrant. He came to this country and, with nothing, and yet ended up being a billionaire. So, yeah, all of that is important or can be important, but it's not a limitation. And I got your point that the Democrats use that as yet another creating yet another another crutch to control the narrative of black people in this country.
Force the Democrats to then try and...
I'm sorry, Joe.
Yeah. Hey, Anthony. Oh, I'll pass you the mic right after. Look, force the Democrats then to have to take away the energy drilling on federal lands from actual voters, that vote predominantly for Democrats, not in whole, but predominantly for Democrats. You would be pinning a voting bloc against their primary party in many aspects. So, but that's all it is. I mean, but it won't solve it. Just so people know, the issue will come back up in another 30, 40, 50 years, rebranded and reframed, and whatever issues come from that. The corporations took all the money. We didn't get enough. You name what it is, right? Like there will be some grievance that comes from it, and the best I can say is eventually black folk that still fall for a lot of this political rhetoric, that they have to break from that idea. I think Edwards got the idea. You got to think of yourself as an American, not as just your identity, your skin color, right?
Joe. I'm confused by you. Are you a Republican?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but this guy's confused.
Yes, I'm a Republican. Go ahead, Ann.
Are you conservative?
So
conservative, like very, very conservative. Yes, I don't believe the federal. Like, let me give you an example. I don't believe the federal government should own roughly 28% of the country. Do you? I believe
maybe that's where I'm a little, maybe if you want to call me a liberal conservative Republican, I believe in preservation of the land. I don't want corporate sector to just gobbling up all those nature preserves.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not talking about getting rid of Yosemite, but there's a lot of lands. I mean, look at the state of Nevada. There's a lot of land that has natural gas under it that the federal government is not allowing any development on, that we could clearly develop on. And using some sort of social issue to advance it. These aren't places where people want to live. I'm not saying going and taking Rocky Mountain National Park. No, these areas should be preserved. However, out in your car and drive through the West, and pull out a map and look, it's easy to find how much federal land is owned. And the permits to be able to drill for that energy, right? And then when the Republicans get in office, they reissue those permits to drill on federal land. Well, to take that argument completely away, you pin a voting bloc against the Democrats. This is the agenda.
Okay, well, I guess the difference between me and you is just debating really whether that land should be used or not. Because there's a lot of beautiful land I don't want to see get ruined. Factories and drilling sites. The United States of America is beautiful topography-wise.
Yeah, but it's the only area. If you look at the East isn't owned by the federal government. Many areas in the West is owned by the federal government. To the tune of 28% of our land is owned by the federal government. I don't know if a lot of people know that. That land should be handed back over to the states, for the states to be able. Now there's bases and there's locations. Some of the areas wouldn't be usable, but areas out like in the Nevada region and stuff, it's all natural gas out there. This is just desert, man. I mean, what do you mean? Like, you don't want us to be able to use our land?
No, I get you, because I travel to 42 states. I get you with Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico. I just don't want like Oregon, the beautiful areas like Oregon, Northwest, Midwest regions, that nature, beautiful nature, just.
This man is a clown. He thinks he can win by creating Trump.
Out there in the desert, in New Mexico, where it's just out miles and miles and miles of just desert. Fine, nobody's gonna know it. It's not, but out there, Midwest.
I didn't want to ask him a question.
Edward, let's please not go any further down this rabbit hole, man. It's an obscure point.
It's okay.
I don't even know how we got on it, but I just wanted to address something when I came in the room. Alan was talking. I deferred to the moderator, Joe, so I just want to hop in really quick. I noticed, Alan mentioned genealogy is a comment in the chat about genealogy. I don't know what came prior to me coming here. I'm not indicting anybody's comments. I really don't care about genealogy. I think it's stupid, but that's just, I'm one man with one opinion. It doesn't really matter. As it relates to...
Okay, this is John Kitover. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com, ChicagoMayorVote.com, John Kitover, Chicago.com, MayorKitover.com. We're listening to a group of supposed conservatives talk about everything under the sun today. I hope you're having a beautiful Saturday.
I was watching...
Enjoy.
Matt Walsh, he did a little episode on John Brown. Very interesting episode. I recommend everybody go watch it. And it brought something to my attention that I had no idea. I didn't know this, and I'm embarrassed. A lot of people don't probably know this, but I had no idea. In the Confederate States, prior to the Civil War, does anybody know what percentage of white people owned slaves?
1%.
It was less than 5%. Less than 5%.
Less than 5% of all people. So 5 out of every 100 owned a slave.
Stop talking about this shit. This idea of reparations,
it is a scam.
It's such a dumb idea. It's
it ain't dumb. You get $100,000 check. A lie so good, y'all tell a lie so good it ain't even a lie no more.
For slavery.
Has felt that there has been necessary and sufficient repair of what the implications of what, and honestly, I hate to say this, but I'm frustrated by everybody talking about, it's a stupid idea, but no, it's not.
Reparations is not a stupid idea. It's so smart. We give every dark skin colored person $100,000. That's a great idea. Just because of the color of the skin, the way that the light reflects the melatonin.
Opportunities that the country offers is amazing. We just have to be organized enough to get the word out and to figure out how we can move forward. There are
gotta get the reparation word out. And then everything gonna be okay. Everything gonna be normal again. No more racism ever.
Reparation organizations all band together and get like a.
We're gonna band together and get you that check.
I think that there could be so much done with that. You have the
it's a great idea.
NCOBRA, right? That Marshall London and HR 40. That's all NCOBRA, National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America. That is still around today, and they're doing great things. When I was in Kansas, my father-in-law, he was part of just a Kansas City coalition. And I would say it's a coalition, something like that. But it by a guy named Mickey Dean, who was the founder of that. And it's a Kansas City Reparations Coalition, right? And these are all grassroots stuff, grassroots reparation organizations. right? There is stuff in, there's a Robin Simons, First Repair. She did this whole thing where she helps people understand how to pass and how to work with your state and your local cities to pass local reparation programs. This is the type of shit that we need to be continuously educating everybody else so we can get the things that we need to do. And the last thing that I'm saying, the states, this is what I don't hear that it's talked about a lot, and I think that it's so wonderful, okay? In the United States, we have 50 states, and we have, believe it or not, we have different ways of going about passing legislation. We have direct democracy states, and we have indirect democracy states. Do you know what direct democracy states means? Direct democracy states has things that are, they're called initiatives and referendums, which means that you as an ordinary citizen don't have to first get enough people to convince enough people in the population to convince them to all get on board with voting for one person and then getting that one person elected. No, this is direct democracy. All you need to do is you need to get enough people, a percentage of your population, to agree that something should be seen as a vote, right? And it goes right to the fucking ballot, which means you get enough of the population with signatures, and it goes right to that, and then it passes as law. Wow. Okay, so where are the direct democracy states? And I'll explain why that's important.
My love.
I'm almost done.
You bring a lot. You said you'll explain, and then you're almost done. It's a lot.
Your shit, okay? You gotta listen to my shit, okay? So then you get into one of the direct democracy states that has the largest number of Black Americans, and the reason you want to do that is because it's going to get easier. You don't need any white people to pass the fucking state law or to change the Constitution. You just need enough people that are going to the percentage required to pass that fucking thing, and it's literally as simple as that. That was how the entire trajectory of the weed population, I don't remember his name, but I worked with the very first person who ever passed any type of legislation for marijuana in Washington. It was a guy years ago, and it had to do with this is what he used. This is how I learned about it. I was in college at the time. It was an initiative, direct democracy state. So that's all that we have to do. And we can start passing reparations on the local level, on our state levels, okay? And we don't need to convince other population or the dominant majority to pass it. You just need enough people in the state, and point blank period. And that's what we need to do. We need to start educating people about that.
If I may be, Mom? I will pass the throne to Mr. Edward or Mr. Anthony.
Well, this is one thing I think that Bima, you missed what Anthony said from the very beginning.
No, I intentionally.
Hold on. I know you did, but you even though you say you want to avoid it, you can't take away historical facts. Before the Civil War, less than 5% of the American population owned slaves. And what you have to do, which he didn't give you, was 3,000 of those were Black people who owned slaves. Okay, so when you talk about these things, you got to actually know, understanding history. We got to stop thinking that the people that owned slaves were landowners. They need to Bima, let me finish, Bima.
You understand that?
Yeah, Bima, of course I understand that.
Well, then why does it matter?
It does matter. You know why? Because you're asking the other 95% of the American people that did not participate in slavery to pay for it. That's why it matters.
No, I'm asking that. No. That's not what.
No, I understand her.
Okay, that's not what I'm asking.
No, I get.
Can I finish my?
Well, yeah, sure, but it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. Okay, so I'm going to go back to Anthony because Anthony made a great point. Before the Civil War, there was a certain population of men and some women who purchased slaves. This was their business. It had nothing to do with the federal government. Now we're asking the federal government, you say, direct democracy states and all these other places to get people to vote for them. And not, this is not how commerce works. Okay? I land on this, guys, so I keep it very short. I don't think or comprehend I should be, Edward, compensated for work I never did. I don't need someone to pay me reparations for something I, Edward, never did. And those absolutely crazy to me. I land.
Okay,
Mr. Anthony,
hold on one
you were
second.
next.
So I just wanted
Mr.
to
Anthony was next.
Yeah, but I wanted to respond to Edward. The reason that doesn't matter, okay, is because it's not just about slavery. It's as I explained, it's the legacy, right? It's the idea, the concept of what caused the divide and the racism that then lasted because of the small. Do you know that almost all the Christian sects, almost all of them, okay, justified slavery in the United States? That's why you have the northern, you have the southern Baptist, you have the northern. They split because they couldn't come. No, this isn't Christian. And almost all of the Christian, and I'm talking Christian, the Christian religions had to come with apology letters. The Catholics, the Presbyterians, the Baptists, you name it, all of them. They had to come up with apology letters. They're still coming out with them in the 21st fucking century because of how they were able to. So why am I bringing this up? The point I'm bringing this up is because this was a disease that infiltrated America, and the thought then infiltrated our legislation. So we had slavery, yeah, sure, but then it moved to other things. We don't even have to, the reparations bill, we don't have to go back to slavery. We could just go to the New fucking deal. And I say this all the time. The New Deal, which built the modern day middle class white in the United States, because who was left out of it effectively and entirely? Black Americans. So the federal government got together, got everybody and said, okay, we're going to give you this with injections here, insurance here, all of this, wealth building here, all this, everything. And Black Americans were effectively pushed out. What I'm saying is, fucking repair that. If you pass the bill, you do a 2.0, a New Deal 2.0, because that's and not until I'm done.
Yeah.
Do a New Deal 2.0, and you fix what you fucked up. And yes, every person in the middle class that today, fuck, if it was built by the New Deal, okay, and all of those, most of those acts that are still alive today, that still dominate the structure of our society and the threads of our society, they just wanted to remove race. They made it race neutral, and all of a sudden, no, if it's the same exact fucking structure that built the cup, and you just remove the color of the cup, you think that the cup isn't going to do the same exact thing that it was intended to do? Okay, that's what we have to destroy. So it's the things that we can definitely point to and say, look, because all of this is documented. You don't have to agree with me.
It's not about you guys. You say all of this is documented.
We know who the federal government, how the federal government. I mean, it's there, and we can objectively quantify. We could see today people who are living today that have actually been hurt. Do you know that some of these reparations?
No, Bima, no. You're not going to start on a new tangent, Bima. Please don't start on a new tangent. Bima, you can't keep on talking on these crazy tangents. Guys, it's terrible, Bima.
I know. The last thing I'm going to say is that there are organizations that still today that teach other people how to sue the government to get what is owed to them. Okay?
Beautiful.
Justice for
Complete thought. You're landing on a complete thought. Alan, go ahead. I'll go after.
Yeah.
I'll go after you, Anthony.
Because you kind of missed the point of what she was saying. And Edward, you did too. Regardless of whether it's right or wrong, or if there were 3,000 black slaveholders, what she's saying is if you get enough votes, you can pass a law that would give reparations. That she's stating a political fact. what you're missing, Bima, is that if you do that, the people and you do it on a local level, the people who have money, they're going to leave. And you've seen that. I forget where it was, but there was one town that voted themselves to separate from the black part of town, and the black part of town is all up in arms because all of the money to support their social programs was coming from the white part of town. And now they're like, well, now we don't have money to do all the things that we want to do because it was coming from white people. And that's exactly what is going to happen. Yes, Beam is correct. You can vote in reparations. But the moment you do that, the people who you're getting that money from are gone. And you see that over and over and over again. That's why reparations is a non-issue. And yeah, all of those things, and let me address her last point, yes, all of those things happen. Guess what? That's what the 60s were about. You got your reparations. We're done. And like Joe said, yeah, every generation we address this issue of, yeah, we did shitty things to black people. Let's make it up to them. And the Democrats say, okay, let's make it up to them. And yet that ends up being the thing in the next generation, which is, well, those things that we voted for in our generation. Well, now that thing is the reason why I'm disparities today. I'm tired of hearing the reparations that we gave past generations being the excuse why there are disparities today and why we need to yet again give even more money to a problem that is ultimately your problem. Stop believing crabs. You have a seat at the table. Use it. Stop blaming others. I'm done.
So Alan, I appreciate it, man. Now, like, Joe, he succinctly, got to the heart of the matter. It'll never be enough. That's the truth of the matter. Even if we went with Beamer's worldview, it will never be enough. If we were to negotiate with some terrorists and give them what they asked for, you know what they're going to do? They're going to come back and ask for more. Now, I just want to, I'm not going to be like Beamer. I love the girl, but I'm not going to be like her. I'm not going to be long-winded and belabor points and all of this nonsense. Yo, the United States of America inherited slavery. It didn't invent slavery. It didn't create slavery. It inherited slavery. A minute percentage of the United States citizens owned slaves. A percentage of the people that owned slaves happened to also be black. This idea that someone who was never a slave is owed money for slavery by people who never owned slaves does not make any sense whatsoever. Lastly, yes, sir. This idea, you know what? You got it, bro. I'm just gonna mute up. I got the gist of what I wanted
to touch on what you and Mr. Edwards were saying, Mr. Anthony. You know, and also Mr. Allen and Joe B. You know, Generation X. Like, if you were born before 1980, like, you know, we used to go streets. We knew each other. We would hang out streets because we were stuck out of the house on our BMX bikes, drinking out of garden hoses. I would be over at Anthony's house and eating food and his parents and his family, and then he'd be over the next night at home, and we would build ramps and jump over ditches, and the younger generation has this racial thing really screwed up. Because I didn't recognize this racial divide until after like 2012. Like it became a new thing. Like I'm like, oh, there's racism. Like I didn't see it my whole life. I mean, what? I'm not allowed to go over to Mr. Anthony's house or Mr. Edwards' house and have dinner? What? Because I'm white? Like, or my appearance of melanin in my skin? Like, no. Y'all young people keep putting this thing on there. You're talking about reparations. I agree with what Mr. Allen was saying about the 60s because I agree with you on that one, sir. And like Mr. Anthony, like, straight to the crux of it. Like, not everybody owns, like 95% of everybody didn't have anything to do with any of it. But you want that 95% of their tax money to pay for the reparations for what you said the 5% did. And then, like you said also, that there was a small group of black, slave owners that were part of the population as well. Like, where are you drawing the line? And I'll land right here. I'm like 8% Nigerian. I'm a Hasidic Jew. I'm English and from Ireland. Like, dude, that's why I look the way I look. But I'm just a fucking American. And why do you think, like, after my service, from all the shit that I did with the military, that you think that you can get my money to pay for your new Gucci bag? And I'll land there.
Alright, so I want to jump in here. So let me start by saying this. Being I dislike what you're doing. I respect your admiration. But what I'm telling you, what you think you're doing, you're not helping black people. The only thing you're doing is continuously feeding them with a crutch that allows them to stay on the couch and not get up and support their fucking self. Again, I'm going to go back to this story. We were told this story, and niggas never went back to fact check the accuracy of the story. And it took black people and put them in front of us. And we can see, if we just look at our lives today, and number one, you can tell me a bunch of white people went over to Africa, hit you up, brought you to America, and then put you in the wheel, gave you all the land in the 1800s, billions of acres of land, only to turn around and take it back from you? That makes no fucking sense. I brought you over here. I put you to work on the plantation. I willed you the land, because a lot of black people in the South got land that they made, only to then turn around and take the land right back from you. That makes absolutely zero sense at all. It doesn't make, you don't even have to be a historian to understand how that don't make sense. So if the black people who were the slave owners, would they have to pay reparations? Because it wasn't a small group. It was actually a significant number of black people that was actually slave owners in the South. You had some black melanated people who were classified as white on the census. But the only way you can know these things is by doing a genealogy to figure out who the hell these people are. You wouldn't be able to take today's perspective and apply these terms to events in a time frame that occurred 200 years ago. You would have to go back to English common law, read their books, understand how they define things. And what you will understand is that the term white, as it applies to a classification, represented a landowner. That's it, that's all. It did not have a complexion. It did not have a religion tied to it. It was a classification that you were a landowner. So who could be a landowner? Anybody can be a landowner, but they're classified on the census as white. Number two, you cannot criminalize, and this is in the Constitution, Article 1, Section 10, ex post facto. You cannot penalize and say that something was unlawful when, according to the law books, and every single lawyer at that time confirmed that slavery
however bad y'all think it is, was legal. There was 3 ways you could become a slave. Number 1, a prisoner of war.
In the show, and I think I was like, that's like that's the Broken Eagle or the this, and I'm like, how do I know this? And it was because I would listen to Dan Carlin's podcast, and when Vikings was on TV.
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, that axle of infinite space, is the Prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure-lidded woman, bent upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him.
Mike, I want to ask you, do you have your own facility or like go to another facility, basically your own?
Rafi, I do. You can mute Marshall because I can't do it.
Okay, 1 second. Here you go. Thanks. Rafi, I do it all myself. Okay, no, because I just acquired a pharmaceutical company that does like colognes for Umbra and all those. Sure. So that's why I asked. No. I like no, because we're basically a bottling plant for all this pharmaceuticals, like for cosmetics right now. We have the equipment, so that's why I asked. You have to give me your contact. I'm always looking for perfume bottles. Yeah, we have. Send me a DM. But no, I do everything. I buy the oils from around the world. You need a machine that bottles? No, I do that. I do by hand.
Black and white? What I'm kind of not understanding.
This is a word for word. That's the wrong one. Hold on. It's the wrong link. Sorry. That was the wrong link. It's the wrong link. Oh, he's coming to tell us that we wasted our time all day talking on.
So far, John can work.
Yeah, thank you. And it's because I'm reading it in 3-minute intervals and putting it on YouTube so I can go back and listen to it. And, you know, it's terrifying when you actually read a book and then you realize how ignorant people are on this app, that they wouldn't actually be able to run a pizza shop. It's unbelievable. And I'm sorry about redundantly complaining about your redundancies and how you just keep repeating yourselves, and therefore I keep repeating myself. But hey, you know, some of us never went to prison and sat, you know, in solitary confinement for crimes. And then you come on social audio chaps and you say you fucked your wife the other night. Oh God, I'm sure your wife just finds you so entertaining talking about your personal sex life on a social audio chat app. Disgusting, vile. This is a husband? This is a church leader who redundantly just talks to Muslims all day long as if he's a crusader or something? What's the point of all this? Is there something happening here? Is it an experience? Because, you know, you're not the only room. There's a lot of R-word rooms on this app that I go in and I remind them all the time. Maybe we should read a book together, everybody, because for months and years you've accomplished nothing. You just keep having the same conversation every day. You just keep repeating yourself every single day. What's the point of doing it?
I gotta put him in the audience. I can't. Anyway.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
111. 5 crucial verses here. 5 crucial verses. 5 sentences. I don't know what's going on. You know, Seth. If you had an opportunity to read this chapter, I never read this chapter before in my life, and this is going to be my favorite chapter by far. You haven't read this chapter before? Never in my life before today. You weren't aware of this chapter? Never once was I ever aware of such fucking jibber jabber my entire life.
Catholic? You're not aware of this chapter of the Quran that you
No, 111. We're on 111.
All right.
Not the 5th chapter. I read up to. Wait, why do we change the link? Put the link up. Hold on. I'm putting the link up because I want to do a word-for-word translation here.
Surah was
It's in it. I put it at the top. Let Joanna read this so she can read how much of a fucking mess this is. Go ahead, Joanna. Try to make the most sense of this, please.
Where do I go?
Word for word, right at the top.
Oh, right at the top.
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, master of infinite space, is the prince priest to be. And in his woman, called the scarlet woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They unto him. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14, the Gemini's heart is the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of deep winged glow. Star blue are mine, a wink of Nakonsu. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gem that is the naked splendor of the wind.
Hey, wait, ain't nobody playing with you. Supper.
All right, I'll. Can you hear me? I'll make it short. I'll wrap it up. So all I'm saying is this: the Constitution is in place for a reason. It's the law of the land. Nobody's gonna violate the Constitution for anybody's morals, especially when you're talking about taking this up as a legislative form and you want to come back. You know the funny part about it? I bet you nobody can explain when slavery became illegal.
Most people don't understand how this governmental system works. They don't understand that we're operating in the dual federalism position right now. They don't understand why some of the states still have laws on the book that permit slavery, and they don't understand how did they become a 14th Amendment citizen, and who was it for, and how did you actually get out of slavery, and what was the reason why. They don't know.
Hello?
They just...
They have no jurisdiction for people know that. That's where you're so insane. What are you doing? What are you listening to? I hear a Clubhouse room playing in the background.
Yeah, I'm blocked from that room. It's the President Trump room with Bieber and Bima, Joe and Sword and Matt and Pepe. And it's amazing how. Are you in favor of black reparations?
It depends on how they're paid out.
Mm-hmm.
I think it could work if it was in form of education or medical advancements or, investing in small businesses.
Mm-hmm.
I think it depends on how the reparations. I don't engage with the reparations conversation because I think it's kind of mute. But depending on how it's paid out, I think or land, if it's land, given descendants land, then sure, something that would benefit generations or families outside of financial. I think they need to be in the form of something tangible, not just giving out a check. That's what I think.
So in my PTR, I'm holding a book called The Virtue of Selfishness. And it said something, her name is Ayn Rand or Ayn Rand, and I had never read her before, but people on here, constantly talk about her. So I was like, all right, I'm going to have to read.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the fountainhead. Go ahead.
It says, when I say capitalism, I mean a full, pure, uncontrolled, unregulated, laissez-faire capitalism with a separation of state and economics in the same way and for the same reasons as the separation of state and church. A pure system of capitalism has never yet existed, not even in America. Various degrees of government control have been undercutting and distorting it from the start. Capitalism is not the system of the past. It is the system of the future, if mankind is to have a future. So, we all know separation of church and state, but have you ever heard anybody say separation of state and economics? No, you've never heard anybody say that. And reparations is the opposite of that. It is state and economics. So it's not capitalism, and it's not natural. And all I can say is it's an impossible thing to implement because there will be the lawsuits because it's discriminatory. And then how do you actually determine, lineologically or based on, all that history? Like, it's just become so convoluted, complex, and impossible. But either way, the future is capitalism, meaning that there probably will be like a new country eventually based off of the corporation as opposed to the state.
Oh, it's not hard to choose. Well, that's the thing about it. Lineage-based reparations, in my opinion, it's not hard. That wouldn't be a challenge. The government knows, based on records, historical records, I do believe the Freedmen's Bureau is one of them. I think it's the Freedmen's Bureau. They know who the descendants of slaves are. I mean, slave owners kept records of their slaves. Their slaves generally have the last names of their slave owners. And if, through census and birth records, I think it's possible to trace. Now, could you trace down to the last end of every descendant of every slave, every descendant walking today, could they be traced to the past? I'm not necessarily saying it would be 100% effective, but I don't think lineage-based reparations would be challenging for foundational Black Americans. And that's where it gets tricky, because then everyone says, those who oppose it, and even some Black Americans who oppose it, they say, well, what about immigrants? What about African, Caribbean immigrants? Do they qualify? No, because they're not foundational Black Americans. They cannot trace their ancestry. Is it discriminatory? It impacts descendants of slaves. That label
label right there. Nobody else in the country qualifies for that label, falls under that category. You're not a descendant of slaves. You weren't on the boats. You weren't from Africa. Why would anybody feel discriminatory about that?
Well, let me say this. In the other room, in the President Trump rooms, a black guy, I can't remember his name, you know who he is, he said that only 5% of Southern whites owned slaves. Only 5%. So 95% of all the people living in the South were not owners. They were participants in the economy, but not owners. It was 5%. But the other thing is, the North didn't have slavery. So, the per capita question comes into play. Why would Northerners who died in, at like 500,000 at least? So I'm just saying that the blood has been spilled to such a degree. And so, how do you actually, because it's a tax, essentially, it will be, and I ran the numbers, if it was 1 trillion, it would be 75,000 each. But then, would the government make you sign like a non-disclosure agreement, meaning that you are barred from engaging in race hustling? You can no longer claim America is racist because apparently, money and the final decree, consent decree, will forever bar the complainers. That's what I'm saying is if you want a payout, you've got to agree and sign a piece of paper that we can hold up and say, okay, you can't complain anymore. Sorry, it's not racist anymore. So I'm just saying that this is actually like talking about the weather. Or even politics. It's just.
But you don't see how people who are pro reparations, they feel that the descendants are owed reparations because their ancestors, specifically the free men and women, were promised certain tangibles after slavery. They were promised, the whole 40 acres in a mule, promise, I suppose, for lack of better words. And because these free men and women did not get their land, they didn't get what the government promised them. Was it Lincoln who promised? I forget. And so the descendants feel we're still owed. You did not give our ancestors what you promised. That debt still needs to be repaid. So it's about repayment of debt, not apology. It's a repayment of debt, not necessarily saying racism is over and done. We can never say that. No, this is what you owed our great whomever, and since you didn't pay them, you have to pay us. We're the descendants of those people.
Got it. Okay. But aren't the reparation arguments more like a vaccine, meaning that it's a blanket one-all cure-all for everybody? Whoever can claim it. So that's what I'm saying is, if you can actually claim that in 1865 your great-great-great-great-grandfather got fucked over and didn't get his free land, well, okay, but that's a separate personal lawsuit. That's not a blanket, everybody gets a $75,000 check if you got against melatonin. You see what I'm saying? How do you actually parse out the actual victims versus the social woke policy adjustment? That's the crux. I mean, how do you actually do it?
And that's just the thing about it. If the government pauses or requires something to approve this, that, and the other, some might have to trade, like I said, census, use those DNA and me tests or those root tracer tests, what a 1, 2, 3 and me, African ancestry, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I'm sure there'll be a lot of requirements. I know I read, and I'm going to be very vague on this because I don't have the story in front of me. But I know California was trying to do something similar within the last year or so, give reparations to Southern Californians or Black people in a certain region, or I don't know if it was throughout the entire state. But part of the requirements were you have to prove X, Y, and Z in order to qualify for these cash payouts and these checks up to something. Again, I'm vague because I don't have it in front of me. But I think the point you raised, John, would be, you listen. First of all, we know this government does not want to give Black folks no money in the form of reparations. And so, if, like I said, to wrap it up, if they were to have this conversation to decide, okay, yeah, we're going to give Black folks, we're going to make good,
We're going to apologize for the horrors of slavery and clear this debt. Of course they're going to make it challenging for foundational Black Americans to collect. And you're right. Not everybody's going to get a check. So...
Yeah, and then how do you actually prove, like, how do you disprove that you were, because again, this all comes down to individual lawsuits. It's not a collective lawsuit, because some people probably were compensated and did get their land, and some people probably got cheated and screwed. So some people actually got what they were going to get. So how do you get those people? That's what I'm saying. It just becomes an impossibility. The real...
You don't think the government has records of all of these transactions?
Sitting where, Nye? In some underground vault? No!
Listen, you're trying to tell me, now listen, as a person, you're trying to tell me that the government does not have records of how...
They have census.
Plots of land were
That's at the county level. The federal government doesn't keep those records. That would be the county deeds and recorder's office. That would be one way to prove your case. That's why I'm saying you can't do a collective class action lawsuit. This has to be individual.
But let me tell you what you can do, actually. What we can do is, there are a lot of companies that benefited then during slavery and that were a lot of companies' foundation are rooted in the slave trade. Now, of course, these companies, their names have changed over the past 100 or so years, but a lot of companies like J.P. Morgan, et cetera, a lot of banking systems, they would not exist without the slave trade, okay? And slave auctions. So what we do is we find out who those companies are, and we go for them. We go for them to get the money. That's all. Who are the companies that benefited from the slave trade and slave auctions? Who are the companies that were allowed to, flourish and develop all across the world thanks to their involvement in slavery? And those are the companies, enough of them.
That's a very generalized statement with no specifics, no AI research, no Google. You didn't give any real examples.
Listen, you don't have to do AI. Listen, you don't have to do AI and Google search if you have at least a vague memory of U.S. history. Okay, and I say vague in my case because I haven't been in a U.S. history class in decades. We need to get a historian up in here to really articulate this properly. But anybody who has a basic understanding of U.S. history knows about the companies that flourished, or let me even not even say flourished, were established thanks to slave auctions and investments through cotton, okay, and slave trading. And some of these companies, many of these companies still exist today. Again, it would take you to pull up the top, 100, 500 top corporations of the world and go down the rabbit hole of their inception.
I only brought the topic up. I only brought this topic up because they're talking about it in Matt Cool's room. And to me, I want to be really discerning about what I listen to and what I talk about. And to me, again, this actually isn't an important issue on a list of my priorities or what I think the priorities should be for the country. And the evidence is in my hand, which is called a book. And it talks about the separation of economics and state. We already know about the separation of church and state because we know that could be a problem. But why aren't we admitting that, the way that things are set up now is the problem? Meaning we don't actually have laissez-faire capitalism. We have state-controlled economy. And we're $40 trillion in debt. So let's just say every African-American who can prove that they are a victim of slavery were to get $100,000 check. I would be fine with that. But you have to realize, where would that money come from? We could borrow it to pay it and then tax in the future, or we could cut Medicaid, which has a $4.2 trillion budget, by $1 trillion and issue everybody that $100,000 check And all of those health corporations and insurance corporations that need that $1 trillion to actually turn a profit, well, for 1 year, they would have a loss, but every victim would be made whole. But I'm just saying it'll never happen. And so we might as well just try to enjoy the weather today. Hello?
Here's really the curious thing about all this. You have 1 million accounts. What do you mean you're blocked from Matt Cool's room? It doesn't make any.
I don't know. I think it's Coco. Some of them like what I have to say, but I think Coco on the stage, who's a mod, she might have me blocked. But what do I know? Maybe I'm just a greedy pig.
Listen, here's my take on reparations. I've gotten bored with the topic of reparations because anytime the Democrats bring it up, it always ends in some sort of, and I've said this many times before on many stages on this room. I cannot take the conversation seriously at this point because anytime the Democrats bring it up, it is always centered around we need to create a panel and think tank and discuss it. We need to research. And usually over the years, I'm old enough to remember when these kind of panels on these teams, and older black, maybe my generation or even older, right? My parents. And I sit back and I think to myself, what do you lot need to research? You specifically, black man and black woman that I see on this panel. What are you talking about? You guys need to research. It's always we need to research slavery and the impacts. We need to research the impact and see who was negatively and what town and township and what region suffered the most in X, Y, and Z. And it's a trick bag. They're playing in our face. Especially, like I said, it goes back. Now we know black folks and many scholars, historians, it doesn't really matter what race you are. We like to remind each other that history we know is greatly whitewashed. We like to remind each other that it's his story. We get it. We understand. But certainly I think many foundational black Americans, especially of a certain age, I'm going to say Generation X and older, because, my age group and older, we were actually allowed to study and read history. We didn't have a lot of liberals and weirdos screaming about critical race theory and this, that, and the other, and it makes the black kids feel bad and the white kids feel this, that, and the other. We could actually learn history and read right. Nobody was called a racist.
Well, I read books.
So I say all this to say, no black foundational black American of a certain age should willingly participate in some politically funded organization, group, or initiative whose goal is to study history of slavery of the past and its impact over the generations, including today, and then reach a decision, and based on that decision, determine if the descendants of slaves deserve reparations. I think it's a slap on the face, and I think it's a joke. What are you studying?
Well, I'm reading a book. If people come together and they want to do research, that means that they actually shouldn't state their opinions. They should just do information gathering and leave their opinions at the front door.
And I agree, but do you understand how many every political cycle, especially every election cycle, they're putting together these panels, John?
Yeah, I get it. It's political. It's political. Everything is political. The vaccine is political. Abortion is political. Even the human soul is political. Nothing is not political. I'm just saying that the downside to engaging in Clownhouse, aka this app, and what people talk about is truly the time you lose listening and talking with the people on this app. Because in the book that I'm holding, just 3 minutes of reading reading 2 pages is so more valuable than listening to people's opinions because they're bored. I mean, it's a beautiful Saturday, and Bima in that room is talking about how to get a vote out of committee, how to get a policy, an issue, and a law. And I'm just saying that people are wasting their time. They're repeating themselves forever until people start picking up books again. And this is why I've started the book club. I call it a book club. We don't talk about the books we read. We read books to each other. This is what this book is talking about. It's talking society. There's two primary functions of society. One is knowledge, to pass knowledge around, and two is to trade. And so this is part of why you're complaining, because you're not actually generating or new knowledge, essentially, and you're not trading. This app is actually a graveyard. It's where the dying come to die. It's not where the living come to thrive and live, because there's.
That's not true.
It's true. I can prove it. I see. The fact that I record it, the fact that I put this on YouTube and record all of this is me actually inverting it, because I'm trying to be creative and trade what people are doing here. People on this app are not repurposing or replatforming, and that's why it's a graveyard. Hello?
Here's the thing. Let me get some shout outs, okay? Let me get some shout outs. We just opened the room up. John came in hot. All right. I haven't had a chance to say good morning or good afternoon to Elbel. Hi, Boo. Hi, buddy. I don't know if you're there. Shout out to folk in the audience. Welcome Saturday. Happy Saturday. I'm a little late opening up the room because Apple TV sent me the second season of Dark Matter. Did you guys see Dark Matter season 1? Really, really good show. Do you like science fiction? Who said? Empress, you saw it? Well, yeah. So they sent me the second season because they're gearing up to do press interviews for the second season. And the new season premieres in August. They sent me the second season. I started watching it today. Lost track of time. Elle texted me. She's like, are we doing a room? And I'm like, yeah, but you know what? I didn't really prepare a lot of topics, although I do want to touch on, guys, listen, because I'm so tickled by all of this, guys. 2 topics that have tickled me over the past 2 weeks, okay? Chuck the Builder and the Odyssey movie, Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey, all right? So these are 2 topics that have really, man, so we're going to unpack that a little bit. We'll get into both of those.
Nah, I used to live in Los Angeles, and my sister had some cool friends, and they would get like special DVDs that would say, confidential, cannot be, do not lose this, etc. But it was the movie for the Grammys, or not the Grammys, the Oscars or whatever. These were like Oscar nominations. And then these people, I guess, got the pre-screen or something so that they could vote on it. I don't even know how it all fucking works, but it's interesting that you get, these press kits and pre-release so you can generate, buzz. Like, that's being productive. You're trading and you are creating entertainment. I'm just saying, the thing that scares me about Clubhouse is that I'm accused of being redundant, but I'm only accusing other people of being redundant. Eventually, you have to create a syllabus, have your topics, and just be aware of what you're doing. That's really all I'm saying, because I think people here are on infinite loop on this app. Hello?
Well, here's the thing. One of the things I'll say about you, when I first met you, why does my brother keep calling me? Oh, he must need something. Hold on, guys. Hold on 1 second. Let me see something. Hold on. Hello?
So that movie Odyssey.
All right, sorry. So listen, this is what I was saying. Let me just say this thing is fun. There are a lot of clowns in this app. So I get it. It lives up to your moniker, Clown House. But I find it engaging because you can tap in to so many conversations and personalities at any given time. If you want to go into a ratchet black room, you can. If you want to go into the ratchet white room, you can. If you want to go into the politically divided rooms, or the entertainment rooms, or the Hebrew Israelite rooms, you can do all of that. And I find it enjoyable, right? Sadly, I'm addicted to Clubhouse. I hate to admit that. I have enjoyed listening to the conversations, adding where I can add. I've
listen, late last year, I got caught up in some major. You remember the clubhouse drama with JB and Pepe and was it Mojo? All of that drama, and I was in the center of it because I was trying to defend my people. And I felt, and at the time, I was like, man, I finally arrived on this app because I feel like you haven't truly arrived on Clubhouse unless you get caught up in some Clubhouse drama, right? So I'm like, season 5 on Clubhouse, I finally arrived. I'm finally at the center of rooms. People are talking about me, but, they're like, mind your business, man. Has nothing to do with you. Shit like that, right? But that's my thing. And John, listen, I do appreciate your book rooms. Before you started that, there was a Nigerian woman on this app. I think they ran her off the app because they said she was scamming, what do you call that? Bitcoin? Scamming Bitcoin rooms and NFTs or something like that. But when she wasn't hosting her NFT and Bitcoin rooms, she held book rooms and she would play audiobooks. And those were great rooms. A lot of books that I had been meaning to read in years past, she played. So I would sit there like, I've been meaning to read this book. And I would sit there for hours listening to the audiobook. Now, because I work Monday through Friday, all day doing articles and writing up, entertainment news. So I'm very lucky that I have, 30 years working in film and TV. I'm now to the point where I can work from home. I can work anywhere. I no longer have to be in an office. So I like to have Clubhouse in the background. I use it like talk radio, AM radio. I look at it as an interactive podcast. So I understand your criticisms, John. Turn them into I don't know. I think you like it too. I think you just like to talk smack because you're on here just as much as everybody else all day, John. So what you talking about?
Well, I mean, past 24 hours, I know losers come on here and they say, I haven't used the app in weeks. I took a break. And it's like, well, here you are telling us about your break. I'm just saying that, I put a link in the chat. I recorded that 9 years ago, and it's got 2,000 views. It's Shuang Tzu, and it's Chinese philosophy. And I'm just saying that this app is entertainment, and I'm only complaining that it's entertainment. But my thought is that how do we actually use the app productively? How do we make money? How do we trade our time and our voices and our entertainment to make money? And that's what I'm just like, because conservative Republicans on here who are supposedly anti-state and economy and claim they're capitalists, well, all they do is complain. They're not actually making any money. They're not being productive. They're not organizing anything. And the thing is, when this app shuts down, I like to think in the back of my head that I've recorded it for 5 years just to prove how ignorant people are and how basically we're just birds. I spend a lot of time watching birds, and we're no different. We are just chirping, but no productivity. At least the birds are organizing some shit and building a nest. And so when this app shuts down, there are people here who are networked through other platforms like Instagram or LinkedIn, etc. Those are the people that are actually creating value. But the people who hide behind names like Pepe or Matt Cool that don't use their real identities, they're actually some of the sickest and most R-worded out and brain-rotted out people there are, because they're using this app to entertain themselves like immature sycophants, losers that never went to college, never sat in classrooms for years, reading, writing papers, listening to a professor, working on complicated math problems, etc. So I'm just saying that this app is 100% entertainment, but the good news, it really is the book. Pick any book you want. I talked to this girl, she told me she hasn't read a book in 20 years. And she said, well, do you have any book recommendations? I said, just pick up a book, take a picture of a book, and confirm with me you read what's called a book. All she does is spend her whole life picking up dog shit and going to this event and having a guy pay for this. And meanwhile, she's got no children. She's basically a floozy. Hello?
Okay, John. Okay, breathe. Okay? Whew, John.
She's a flossy.
I need to know you've been following this Chuck the Builder story.
Oh, go ahead, Al. Go ahead, boo.
No. What is going on? Can we talk? Go ahead, boo. No, girl, no. Please go ahead and continue. I was just answering. Yes, I'm here. I was just running a couple of errands while listening to you and y'all. We're really listening to John go all the way off, and I was like, who is this man, and what is he talking about? So I just been listening, thinking mentally in the right space, and I realized that you guys are friends, not enemies. There's a lot going on. Like, I wasn't sure if I had to get up on this stage and, like, slap him or slap you. Like, I wasn't sure what was going on, but here I am. What's up, girl? What's up? So, John, you got a lot to say. Al, I know you're running errands. You can chime in when you can. Have you been following this Chuck the Builder? I know John has probably heard about it. Al, have you heard about it? I have only heard, first of all, I think I'm making stuff up, so please, enlighten. Okay, this story has tickled me. One thing that I noticed about me, I gave myself a fake target. Well, let me rephrase. I'm trying to figure out the proper term to describe my obsession with studying, maybe it's behavioral scientist, but I'm not a, clinically recognized, obviously. I went to film school. So I don't want to use a formal term. I want to make up a term that is informal and does not imply that I have a degree of some sort, okay? And that I'm a authority in this subject. But I do enjoy observing human behavior. And the reaction to human behavior is actually an obsession. And I think it stems from, because I'm a writer and creative, and I really love writing character. What his claim to fame was prior to going viral recently for harassing Black folks in public. But I understand before he went viral for harassing Black people in public, he had a nice little following on Twitch or some streaming platform. He came across my radar about a week ago on X because he walked around Nashville with a cowboy hat, his long brown hair, his big, thick, curly mustache curled up at the tips. And he walks up to random, innocent Black people minding their business, and he says to them, do you believe in free speech? And they say yes. And he says, well, you believe white people can say nigger. And then, he waits for however, and the reaction from the Black folks is varied, right? But in all cases that I've seen, most of the Black people who react they don't react with violence, right? They want to, but Chuck threatens to either shoot them or mace them, okay? So he walks up to them, antagonizes, provokes them. If they react to being called the N-word or his use of the N-word, then he says, oh, you're chipping out. Meanwhile, he's really the only one acting like a nigga and chipping out in the video, right? So if the subject of his racial harassment walks up on him or responds aggressively in tone, or even his physical demeanor suggests he might lay hands on Chud threatens to shoot or mace. So everyone generally backs off. I saw one viral clip where he did mace a girl. The police arrived on scene. They handcuffed Chud, but after, some back and forth with the victim and witnesses and Chud and the police watching his recording of the incident, they let him go. And he live streams all of this, right? So he has an audience. He already had an audience. And then he went even more, big time, I guess, in the incel community online, the anti-Black incel community in recent, days or weeks with his spiel. And in between these viral clips, he's popped in and off of on X, kind of celebrating his antics. It's like he's intoxicated on his growing fame, right? Bragging about his First Amendment rights. Nobody can do anything to him. You know what I'm saying? While at the same time acknowledging that he is getting death threats. People are threatening his young son.
There was a GoFundMe launch, but I can't really tell if it was launched before the shooting incident that I'm about to describe. Now, I was doing some research on it yesterday, trying to find a date on his fundraising page. I couldn't see the date. Maybe I overlooked it, but the wording of his fundraising page gives the impression that it was created before the shooting incident. So, before I get to the shooting incident, I have to give you all this setup, because you've had a lot of people online saying, if he shoots someone, it's self-defense. You've had people on this app hosting rooms. The gist of it is, we can say whatever we want to say to you, nigger. You don't have the right to get aggressive or respond, and if you do, I have the right to shoot you. Of course, I'm listening to this conversation, and I'm thinking to myself, what happened to the once mighty white man who was all about fists? He didn't know where to fight. Is everything about just drawing guns? Is he that weak and beta that he can't fight with his fists? But I digress. So I'm listening to this back and forth, and everybody's saying, well, if he shoots, it's self-defense, it's self-defense. And my position is, well, if you provoke and you antagonize and you go out seeking a violent reaction to your violent words, not knowing if the person you're hurling the N-word to, how they feel about that word. Maybe we know some black people, they don't give it another thought, they won't give their power, they won't react, right? Some black people, they might have a visceral reaction, maybe some PTSD to that word, right? I've noticed this in spaces that have been holding these conversations. You're using this word and you don't know the psyche of the person and how they react. You antagonize them, you provoke them. They get physically violent off a situation you created, and then you shoot them because you're in fear of your life. I'm trying to figure out how that's self-defense. And so that leads us up to Wednesday, this past Wednesday. Because the conversation up until this past Wednesday outside of Tennessee Courthouse, Montgomery Courthouse, okay? The conversation online, a lot of prominent right-wing personalities. You had Matt Walsh. You had, I think, the Tate brothers, maybe the Tate brothers. What's that other guy's name? Some of these big streamers. The one Egyptian guy that hates black people. I forget his name, but some of y'all know who I'm talking about. They're all, even Nick Fuentes, notoriously racist Nick Fuentes was like, yeah, this guy cut the builders in the wrong. He said it's not a good look to walk up to strangers, black people minding their business, to hurl the N-word. No, you don't have self-defense. So that's put in the conversation. He's going to have self-defense. He's going to get off. He'll be on social media. He's going to get off. If he shoots a black man, you black people don't have the right to fight back. If we shoot you, that's self-defense.
I had never heard of this.
That motherfucker. Go ahead. What's that now?
I had never heard of this guy before, but, just based on Clubhouse and what people say on this app, I guess some people have died from this app, because of beefs. And really the social media platform of beefing is Instagram. And I see horrible things on Instagram. Incredible violence. Ludicrous, insane robberies, and then shop owners pulling out guns and shooting the robbers. I mean, you see the craziest videos like Instagram had, and it's small people that put together these accounts and upload all violence, and it's global. And that's why, maybe earlier I was saying, because I served in the Army with black people, and I've worked with African Americans in the federal government. And guess what? For the most part, we always get along. And one of the reasons why there's no really race consciousness in the interactions is because of shared purpose. You have, basically our brains, when given instructions, we're like ants. We want to work together.
Okay, hold on. We cannot go down we shall overcome. You interrupt. I got to give the people an update about Charles the Builder. You got to
L doesn't know about Chuck the Builder. I heard about it. I want to give all the facts and lay it out, and you tell me, all right, in this racially, politically driven climate that we're in, your opinion. So let's get to Wednesday. Wednesday, there's Chud outside the courtroom. Chud is in the Montgomery court on a civil matter, okay? And Martina, I haven't seen you in ages. Is that Martina who I think it is? What's up, Martina?
Hey, girl. I'll let you speak now. Go ahead. You just
okay, yes. Okay, I haven't seen you on forever. Hey, okay, so there is Chud the Builder at court. He's coming out the court, and all the details now are coming out what happened. It was a little fuzzy before. But now the police have released their statements, the investigators and witnesses. So now we have a full picture of what happened. And what happened is, he's coming out of court. Somehow he had his gun. Either what's unclear is that he had the gun and he went into court, he checked it in and retrieved it upon leaving, or because he was live streaming and he had somebody who live streams everything with him, did he leave the gun with his cameraman and when he went into court and obtained it when he came back out? That part I'm not sure. The point is, he was armed when he left the court. And as he's leaving the court, apparently this black guy is out there, recognizes Chud because of his viral videos, and apparently he says something. What he says is up for debate. Chud claims that he saw this black guy and another guy laughing at him, so he went over there and asked them, hey guys, what you laughing at? You like my suit or something, okay? There's also reports that the black guy who was shot told Chud, basically, I recognize who you are. Don't come over here with that chimp shit. Don't come over here talking about chimp. I have PTSD. Okay? I have not seen, I don't know that anybody has released a full camera. We do know that there's surveillance footage. The police have confirmed there was surveillance footage outside the court. Okay? I have not seen a full linear timeline. I've seen chunks. So, allegedly, these two men exchange words. Chud walks away, allegedly. Black guy proceeds to follow. I guess they exchange more words. Now, Chud claimed initially that when the black guy followed him, he attacked him. Chud turns around and shoots him. When he shot him in the stomach and shoulder. That was according to initial reports, and grazed himself in the process, right? Well, the police reviewed the surveillance and talked to witnesses who saw it. They said actually what happened was Chud pulled out his gun first before the victim, the guy who was shot, laid hands on him. And I'm interpreting all this based on what I read from the police and what they judged from pulling out the gun. There were even police there on the scene who witnessed this. That's why they arrested him on the scene and charged him with a specific word, some sort of stance, ready to draw. And that's when the black man reacted. Now, Chud was arrested. He's still in jail. Friday, the judge set a $1.2 million bond. There's another bond hearing coming up, I think, in 2 weeks. A hearing to reduce the bond, perhaps, right? And so that kind of flips the narrative a little bit because everyone was like, oh, no, it's self-defense. The black guy attacked him. Chud had the right to pull out his gun and shoot him. Well, now we're finding out, according to witnesses, police, and surveillance, that Chud pulled his gun out first. The black guy was reacting to that, and it seemed like he was trying to stop Chud from pulling out the gun and shooting him. Now, the black guy's family has launched a GoFundMe. They've raised, I think, close to $100,000 now. The wife did confirm in the GoFundMe that the victim, the guy, is an Army vet, 6 years he served. He has physical disabilities and mental disabilities.
On the other side, maybe a couple miles away, you got to get across the hill, and all of a sudden you're sitting here thinking, how am I going to figure out how to get over that, through that?
and my chest never sits there, and my chest never sits there and starts pounding like it's, you know, like you're a football player getting ready to go and try to make this first touchdown for the season or something. It's not that type of thing. This reads like a transcript of someone just speaking. Anyway, it's not that type of thing. It's more like this thing of trying to figure out your way out of how you're going to get through something.
I am blocked even from this room. I've never even talked to these people and I'm blocked.
Like, I am gonna get through this. It was more of a positive type thing about push harder to try to get through this.
His actions prompted this shooting. I'll just say it opened the door for the defense to introduce the victim's criminal past. And apparently the victim in this situation, the black guy, has a criminal past that involves trying to burn down the house of his mom or his wife, I'm not sure.
The way the transcription never looks like the way
they're already digging up this man's past, trying to figure out how many times he's been arrested, how many.
So it felt that way, like it was a direct transcription.
And I'm thinking to myself, what does his past?
Now, what is the white media?
The legacy media. Do you know what the white media is? Don't play that.
Is there a purple media? Is there a green media? Is there a red media? I'm just asking.
I'm not doing this with you, so that's where we are. I'm gonna land there.
Excited, man. The absence of any plan for action imposed by executive control areas. In the absence of a plan, the strong blind man gropes for a solution to an ill-defined challenge that requires pushing ever harder. Note that confronting an uncertain challenge is described as a positive feeling by this patient. In a world in which we have done so much to minimize risk and challenge for our children, we may be harming their brains. In section 4, wait, where did that come from? Did that come out of nowhere? In a world
evidence introduced, if he knew the guy and he knew his criminal history, because what's up for debate is not whether or not, and again, this is only if, let's say, Chad the Builder was the aggressor. They would be basically trying to determine, or the prosecution would be trying to cross-examine Chad the Builder on what he had in his mind when he was being quote-unquote attacked, because he's going to use a self-defense argument. And in no way could Chud the Builder have known the victim's alleged criminal history. So that's why it won't come into trial. I would love to hear that clip that you're referring to hear the proper context of the attorney.
And I'm glad you said that. Let me pull it up because he did mention that. Prior knowledge. Thank you. I forgot to mention that, having the prior.
And I'm not one of those black people.
Like modern day,
wait. To be fair, I don't think we could know what he really looked like. To be fair, it'd be hard to tell, like phenotype wise. I don't think we can know.
There is a syncretism with Hammurabi.
Properties that make it a tree.
Is sawdust
It may be
treeness?
Is
sawdust treeness? Properties.
Is sawdust treeness? Answer the question.
I don't hold to. No.
It's not. You don't know me. No, I'm not doing this. No. You're going in the audience.
No, that's crazy.
Philosophy. Go follow him and me.
There were a couple of Twitter accounts posting that the DA is not going to allow him to use his fundraising campaign to post bail.
Moderators.
I don't know if that's accurate. Go ahead.
Moderators, if I may, just briefly, I live in Chicago. A lot of people on this app, I have noticed, live in Chicago. And we have what's known as the Safety Act. And everybody knows that you name a bill the opposite of what the bill actually intends to do. For example, the HEROES Act or the CARES Act. It's always the opposite of what the act claims that it does. So my point is, recidivist criminals who sucker punch women on Michigan Avenue 50 times, that's attempted murder. And why we don't have capital execution is beyond me, because there are mentally deranged, violent psychopaths, and you all know it's true, who will continue to victimize people and murder them and abuse and physically hit because they are psychopathic, aggressive psychopaths. And many of you have probably maybe have been victimized by some of these brutes and criminals who wander our streets, whether homeless or not. And anyways, ankle monitoring and no cash bail because of DEI and restorative justice and social equity lets a lot of violent African Americans and white Americans back onto the streets. I've seen pictures of white Americans. My point is, I would actually like to hypothetically argue on behalf of free speech, because Nye here knows me, Hillary here knows me, and as someone who likes to experiment with free speech, and this is the amazing thing about our First Amendment, our first right, which is really your right to experiment with communication and suffer the consequences thereof. Because in my opinion, Clubhouse is part of the modern capital surveillance economy. And anything you say and everything you say can and will be held against you in the future. Meaning, that's true. What do you think we spend all this money for? $100 billion a year to surveil our population and put it in storage servers. Hello?
We're just gonna keep it on entertainment, kind of light today. All right, we'll get to the conspiracies and the UFOs in a minute. So refresh me real quick. Who is Chad the Builder? What's going on with this? Okay, I'm looking at Wait, Martina, go ahead. I think Martina wants to get in there. Go ahead, Martina. Girl. I can't. Okay, first of all, Hillary, I'm gonna need you to get there quicker. Like, just I love you, but like, get it together. No, I'm just kidding. I love you. Okay, so quickly, this Chad the Builder shit is diabolical. This man makes money off of inciting violence to Black people and making them he puts himself in situations and that entices people. Like he's trying to create a race war. He's trying to create a race war, basically. He's doing it for profit, which is fucking disgusting.
What the other person is saying. For example,
so
let's say I'm committed
you can't
to
sit here and be like, there's nothing about this thing.
Let's say I'm committed to atheism. Atheism is also usually most atheists are like naturalists, right?
It's really like this guy is a person does shit in bad faith and then puts himself in a situation to make himself feel like then he has to react and kill Black people. Like he puts himself in a situation so he can incite violence on Black people by provoking Black people to begin with.
Natural.
I don't. That's someone that we haven't even gotten it. Racist asshole. And he uses racism like a platform to profit, which is fucked up and disgusting shit. And it should be a violation and
that's what
it's not about free speech. It's about inciting.
Right?
You can't the thing about free speech is you have free speech, but you can't go into a fucking crowd and scream fire. That's what he's doing, and he's doing it for profit, which is fucking disgusting. And why are people giving this guy money then? Because the racist assholes literally from America. I don't tell you, bro. That's what the fuck it is. It's real simple. And so that's how I feel about it. I don't know who else feels anything, but it's really, I don't have really much else to say about it.
Yeah, I want to confirm that what this guy is doing is psychopathic, mentally deranged, sick, and criminal. And the whole thing about life is if you fuck around, you're going to find out eventually, because the opposite of your aggression is eventually coming your way. And anyways, I'll leave Stern and Robin quivers. Meaning, the opposite is when opposites unite, that's always the best content. And what do you mean, Nye, giving me the skull?
No, because I'm laughing. I'm laughing because you're so funny. No, the skull is a good thing.
Oh, okay. I'm killing it.
Yeah.
I'm killing it.
You're fine.
So, unfortunately, people like Chud the Builder exist. And I could make a theoretical defense to what he's doing, meaning that even using the sacred N-word, because I've been in a lot of African-American spaces on this app, and some people will say, do not casually use the N-word. It's our holy word. It's our sacred word. Don't just, use it in vain.
John, don't drop the N-word. Okay?
I would never use the N-word.
You know what, I'm like, he's sorry. Martina, you don't know. I know he's sorry. You want to get to the point, but go ahead, bro.
No, it's not a joke. What I'm trying to get at is that this poor victim.
You want I to be your co-host on a podcast? That's what I'm picking up.
100%, we're doing it right now. What I'm saying.
What right spaces have you gone in and they said the N-word with the R-E-R is our holy word?
I haven't. You can watch my YouTube if you want. It's on my YouTube. But anyways, that's not the point of what I'm saying. What I'm trying to get at is if I really have no point about this guy, but the. Okay, well, you don't have a point, great. Let's move on. Well, let me just say this. Let me just say this: that the victim. Well, you guys are going to be here all day. This is like 60 seconds for you. You guys will be here for hours. Hello?
John, I found the clip of his attorney. It was Myron Gaines. Oh, that beautiful English. Yeah, the clip is 5 minutes. I'll play the whole thing, but if y'all want me to stop at some point, because it's too long, let me know. We'll stop if you want to talk about it. But okay, so this is Myron Gaines talking to a federal defense attorney or former Fed and self-defense attorney. This is what the caption says. His name is not here, but here we go. Let's set it up.
Here's a tweet that comes from a guy named Larry King. He's been kind of giving updates on the situation. I think him and Chud are friends. But here's what he said. This was a couple of hours ago. Quote, Chud update. Here's some fun facts that you'll see developing. The entire exchange was live streamed on Pump One. That was the streaming service I was telling you guys about before. The stream shut down at the first gunshot due to an automated AI response system. The stream is being subpoenaed. The facts according to over 100 witnesses watching the live stream. Chud told the guy, quote, I hope your day gets better, God bless, end quote. Then it goes, the man had already walked away, was about 70 to 100 yards away. The man went out of his way to run up on Chud while his back was turned. He confronted Chud. He punched Chud in the face. Chud didn't instigate anything. Some of you are about to look absolutely stupid. Now, let's assume, let's take this bias here, obviously he's his friend. But let's assume that this fact pattern is correct, and this is what actually went down. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, that looks a lot better than some of the alternative fact patterns, for sure. So let me give people the framework that I apply when I break down any use of force case or any case I'm working on. And I get paid a lot of money to do this. And you'll be surprised to know, maybe, that there's only 5 things you need for self-defense. It's very simple. It's like a child's jigsaw puzzle with 5 giant pieces. It's not, the law is not complicated. And those 5 pieces are innocence, imminence, proportionality, avoidance, and reasonableness. That means innocence, you can have been the initial aggressor or the person who provoked the fight. If you do that, you lose innocence, you lose self-defense. And by the way, all these elements are required. If any one of them is missing, you don't have self-defense. Whatever you did, it was not lawful self-defense. So another way to think of these is each of these elements I'm talking about is a target of attack for the prosecutor. So a prosecutor who knows what he's doing, he gets that investigative report from the detectives, and he's thinking to himself, all right, I have to be able to disprove one of these beyond a reasonable doubt, and then I win. And the reason he wins is, if you think about it, when you claim self-defense, like Chud the Builder is going to be claiming, you're not saying it wasn't me. You're not saying I have an alibi. I wasn't there. You're saying the opposite of that. You're saying it was me. I shot that guy, but I did it in self-defense. Well, the prosecutor knows if he can defeat one of those required 5 elements and self-defense goes away, the only thing that's left of I shot that guy, but it was self-defense is I shot that guy. It's just a confession.
So the prosecutor is looking at these 5 elements to see which one looks vulnerable to being disproven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you were the initial aggressor or the provoker, you lose innocence, you lose self-defense. Prosecutor knows that. The next is imminence. You have to be defending yourself against a threat that's either actually occurring in the moment or immediately about to occur. The fist is pulled back, the guy's reaching for a weapon. It can't be something that happened in the past. It can't be something that might happen in the future. Proportionality, and this could be a problem for Chud, is you can only use deadly defensive force if you're facing a deadly force threat. If you're only facing a non-deadly force threat, you can't use a gun to defend yourself against a non-deadly force threat. And usually, a punch is going to be considered a non-deadly force threat. So that could be an issue here. Avoidance is the 4th element. That has to do with whether or not you have a legal duty to retreat before you can defend yourself. Tennessee, like most states, is a stand your ground state. So in otherwise lawful self-defense, you don't have a legal duty to retreat. But what if the self-defense is not otherwise lawful? What if it has some other defect? Then you, even in Tennessee, which was one of the first stand your ground states, you can reacquire a legal duty to retreat. And then finally, reasonableness. And this is a broad target of attack because it just asks generally, would a reasonable and prudent person do what you did? And let's face it, anyone who's a social media provocateur is doing a lot of stuff that's kind of outside the Overton window and does not look reasonable to a normie jury. I mean, just imagine a typical juror in this, little town in Tennessee. Most white people have been socially conditioned their whole lives to viscerally recoil if they were to see a white guy call a black guy the N-word to his face, right? They don't consider that normal. They don't consider that reasonable. So that could be an issue. Now, of course, we don't know that happened here, but so what the prosecutor's looking for is, well, did Judge provoke this fight? We don't know that as a big part of the fight. That complicates just claim self-defense. That's a target for
dismantle the self-defense.
election, but black people are not losing their right to vote in America. Just as a side note, but she's right. I mean, you going into I don't know that this is the reason why he was outside of the courts. I also know that he was dealing with some legal issues related to Amex and some business loans that was given and wasn't paid back that he might be in a lawsuit for. But I don't understand why he would bring a weapon to court. Even if he did have somebody with him that he'd hand the gun to, it just doesn't make sense to me if he was actually.
How many feet do you have to be away from the courthouse to carry with a weapon? Because I know you, like, literally, there's like X.
Bringing a weapon. This is Tennessee. It's a southern state. It's a right to carry state. So I know they have open carry laws in Tennessee, and it can still carry. But it might be possible that he was there for some protests. Maybe I don't know. I haven't seen any of this information. It's surprising to me because this guy records every round. Education. So the fact that no video evidence has surfaced for the public, especially with all these sleuths around here on X, I've not seen anything before the attack happened. This is wild. So
civil case.
imagine a judge would admit prejudicial evidence to prejudice the victim in this case, because there's no other scenario in which you can determine who started the fight. And then he might have a point. But I find it very hard to believe that that's the case, especially because people are saying that it was being recorded, it's live stream, which means it's likely backed up somewhere in the cloud. That there were no witnesses would have to be there, which would mean that it was like, which we know is not the case. So this cockamamie legal maneuver that he's proffering here would only have to be accepted by stupid people to believe that's even a viable option in this case. But like the judge is just like so beholden to against this guy that he's willing to admit that, which is crazy.
Insults, right? No, yeah, but again, I'm going to ruin life is even also something that's considered passing the threshold, not insults like you're a bitch or whatever, right? That's actually something is not making me the initial aggressive.
But so here's the thing, right? If he was to go up to a guy that was minding his own business and called him a name that created a confrontational environment, and that confrontational environment led to him losing weapon, I think a prosecutor can certainly make the argument that the provocation started by using racially charged, motivated language that he knew would incite this person into a defensive posture. That's a great way to present arguments of provocation.
So you're saying Jesus Christ, it must look like a bunch of bitches.
No. If I saw that there's a history of trauma associated with the word, and I know that history of trauma can trigger you to potential violence, then yes, it can be used as provocation. Going up to a Jewish person and putting up a swastika and calling him, anti-Semitic, that could be used as provocation, yes. That's an argument for provocation. Yes, absolutely. If you're accusing me that you know triggers trauma, and you know that your word triggers trauma in a specific type of person, you can't say, oh, whatever, right? It's like if you go up to you with your wife and kids there and say something to the effect of, it would be horrible if something was happening to somebody's kids. And I'm just like,
I'm starting to cross it.
it's only a way for everybody to say, are you saying that? Yes, if it triggers trauma, that can lead to a confrontation, a provocation. But the prosecutor can argue provocation. And whether the jury accepts it is a totally different story. But the prosecutor can certainly make that argument. And it's a very reasonable argument to make because this word itself could trigger trauma.
And that was the whole point I initially raised with Chud the Builder. And Horrible, I'll give you the mic right back. My initial claim was the same thing. It's like, sure, everybody wants to say freedom of speech, and that's fine. Say what you want to say, do what you want to do. But you're going out, and by you're saying, speaking in general, you're going and actually putting myself in the position of Chud the Builder. You're going into spaces where there are people, where there are strangers, okay? You don't know the mental state of these people you're going up to. And if you're saying words that you know have a harmful historical context, and you know can possibly trigger a violent reaction, you are responsible for whatever happens to you if you get your head knocked off if you provoke the wrong person. That was the exact point that I've been trying to make. And it's odd, I made that point before we even knew what happened outside the courtroom, right? When we were talking about it on this app,
And we still don't know exactly what happened.
Right. Well, let me specifically, allegedly, according to reports, the victim said he told Chud, I have PTSD. And then the family said,
See, he said, I'm from the ghetto, motherfucker. We all got PTSD, bitch. And so I'm just trying to say that, well, listen, it did happen. Hello? And what I'm telling you is that this fucking Chud the Builder, this is actually in a way what he wants to happen, meaning that there are these accelerationist neo-Nazi pieces of shit out there, and Pepe is one of them, and there's other losers on this app that are the same way, and they're losers. But see, for a loser to get national notoriety with a stupid fucking name like Chud, and he's not building shit except his own grave, this is the problem with our focused concentration and the content of the media. Now, I know you consider yourself a media maven and a media generator, but I would just humbly submit on this beautiful day. This is, I record and live stream everything I do on this app. As many of you know, I'm just trying to say that, I try to live every day as if it was my last day. Meaning that if I were to record Pepe or Brad the Viking or many of the other characters here on this app all day long, well, then I don't want that to be my legacy. Meaning I don't want people to look back and say, I don't want to be associated with these people. I don't want their thoughts and opinions to be my thoughts and opinions.
John, but yet you sit on Clubhouse all day and you record them for hours. You have created a digital database. All these people you claim you don't want in your life and don't want to listen to. But you have a digital database for all these people.
I know, but if you go to my YouTube channel, you'll see I'm also reading books. And that's the most important thing that I do, which is read books. Not engage in these useless conversations or these never-ending, repetitive, redundant conversations. And I don't want to hear the opinions of people that I consider to be toxic. Hello?
Okay, John. Okay, hold on, because I did promise to give the mic back to Horrible to let him finish his submission. Horrible, please go ahead, sir.
Oh no, I just leave my mic off, but I kind of disagree with where this is going to head, which is like, yeah, that gives me rights to just sock someone in the face for like basic stuff. Like if they called me a name, I could sock them in the face. If they like what is this? Like what are we going to get into? Where we can just, and then by the way, can I just keep socking the guy? Like that guy he lost his right to self-defense the entirety of the fight. Like I could just keep wailing on him.
But it comes down to personal. What is the word here? To morals and character. Like no.
Yeah, but there's women that say certain things that I probably would get up and feel so traumatized because of how insulting it is to my religion that I would need to knock them the fuck out. As a woman,
you're horrible. You're inverting this. You're inverting this. And I don't think you're taking the right response.
I don't think I should be allowed to go around knocking people up.
You're hold on, horrible. You're inverting it. It's not whether or not the black guy should be allowed to go hit the guy. It's whether Chud the Builder should be allowed to draw his weapon and shoot a guy. That's the difference. We're not talking about. It's likely that if Chud the Builder had fended off this other
picking my nose. You called me picking my nose.
Was he the aggressor? Was the
we saw him picking his nose live on camera. Watergate.
But the problem that
this politician was picking his nose. Reasonableness. The fifth one was reasonableness.
listen, now I'm with you. I understand what you're saying. Okay, and I don't think it was self-defense, to be honest. And that's yeah, I'm a public gun talking to. But they said, like, you have to have police.
Like shooting himself. Like I'm reading a lawyer about it, and it says he shot the guy and then shot himself. Look where his car. How does that even happen?
But yeah, he's a problem too. Like these guys don't do this. You know,
Did you say Somali?
No, Cali. I think he was in the Philippines. Right. I'm not kind of sure. But yeah, all right.
So I'm reading here on ABC News, it says that the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office and the District Attorney's Office did not disclose the specific make, model, or caliber of the firearm used. But to that point, somebody raised this point the other day in a clubhouse room. Shot's viral videos or his content where he's going out antagonizing and provoking people is very interesting because, yeah, we've all tried to figure out why he had the gun at the courthouse to begin with. But someone could argue, you know, if the prosecutor used any of his viral footage, if they
tradition of the PhD students in the program taking a course.
Yeah, dude, go ahead. I'm done. I think I've answered all the questions. Hold on, Marshall. Yeah, let's hear from Crystal. Go ahead.
Right, that's a book. And I also posted in the chat an EDU from Auburn University with these students' last name Thompson and Bailey did a dissertation paper on air properties, right? And what we came up with was that the heirs to the properties from Virginia down to Louisiana was majority the African American, the HR 4238 American, right? The Negro relabeled, classified 100,000 times somebody else, right? The owners of the land. Right, so this paper right there, and I put it in the chat. And then I put in the chat this book. The most important part is by Professor Kent, copyrighted in 1840, right? I got a page of it in my PTR picture, right? It's on the Internet Archive, you know, the .gov thing. Okay, so this is lecture book. This is lecture 32 of Masters and Servants, what, right? And I would just say, what are the several kinds of persons that come within the description of servants? Slaves, hired servants, and apprentices. How, according to the Institutes of Justinian, might a person become a slave? In three ways. One, by birth when the mother was a slave. Two, by captivity and war. Three, by voluntary sale of himself as a slave by a free man, FREEMAN, above the age of 20 for the purpose of sharing the price. How did y'all hear that?
Oh my God! Moderators, this is Alistair. Put me in the queue. Thank you.
And then with that,
We have that booklet I told you about, Slaves Without Masters, the free Negro in the antebellum South.
Hello, moderators. Can I get a hello? I'm asking to be put in the queue.
Shut the fuck up.
So then, with these people of these complexion folks, I like to use
these complexion folks.
Right, the observations of mankind. I might have left off a couple parts of the title, but that's what he's saying. Right, and in section 24, hold on, I'm looking for the on my in my PTR. I'm almost to it. Oh, there it is. I'll make it number 1.
Not to cut you short, what's the overarching point that you're making?
Honey, I'm going along.
She building, baby. She building.
The down south people I come from were free people of color. Ooh. So, and then I wanted to show also that the land in the south.
Before you go and tell us what you wanted to show, you explain it to me your overarching point. Is your overarching point?
The point that if people had slaves, it didn't matter their complexion because he was like they had black slaves and they came to his family reunion. It was his cousins more than likely because it's by birth of the mother and it's from the father because in lecture 32, lecture 28 goes with that. We'll get back around to that maybe later. But it's marriage, a license, a bond. And one of the other people in here said that your granddaddy was more a slave owner. So I was just wanting to compound. I have heard since I've been in the space that Sword was speaking. I wanted to help, so that's why I should. So you getting worried about what I had to say?
I appreciate you, Crystal. Thank you for explaining that. Crystal, sometimes we need to get redirected and get back to the gist of the room, the heart of the title of the room. Crystal, how do you feel about reparations succinctly? How does Crystal feel about reparations?
Hey, Anthony, let me just do a reset real quick, Crystal. What we just had heard was Marshall discuss that he had a family reunion when he was 12 and that he found out that he has black cousins. Likely, let's be realistic. Likely, there was, and we'll take him on his word that his family. I don't know if I can go through. Anyhow, that we'll take Marshall on his word for what he's telling us to be the truth. I would likely think it's just his family members. There was probably his great-grandfather had illegitimate children. Great-great-grandfather along the way. These were just, distant cousins. But that being said, I think Crystal was just responding to Marshall's account prior to that. That's all.
Man, I totally understand. And Beaver, you're not a good person. You're a horrible human being. I just thought I'd let you know. You're not a good person.
That's a shame that Marshall's not still here. I wanted to ask if any of his silverware went missing after he met his first his black relative.
How the hell y'all are Marshall? Y'all so rude.
Super is in the building. She is in the building. Man, listen. I'm going to take the pro reparation side, just so we can have some entertainment in the room. I'm going to support reparations in this room. I'm going to be the staunchest supporter of reparations. There is a debt that needs to be paid. All right? And, if we want to see America be great again, we need to pay reparations. That's the only way. It's a stain that we haven't atoned for in this country. And the only way we could get that stain out is through reparations. We can't build a time machine and go back in time and make the wrongs, but we do have to pay for what our ancestors did. So, you know, I don't care what anybody says. We need our reparations, and we need them now.
Yo, can I ask a question? When you say we have to pay, what do you mean? Like, cause you being a black man, like, what do you have to do?
I'm saying,
I'm not triggered at all.
anybody
You didn't come up here to talk about me saying this shit is a distraction, which it is.
I came up to talk about the Chud the Builder thing.
So, state your opinion about what do you want to say about Chud the Builder.
Well, I came in to correct you when you were saying that he was going around harassing black people.
He was.
It wasn't. Well, that's your interpretation. I mean, the Chud the Builder.
What do you call it when you go up to a black person?
You interrupt me every time, lady. Why do you have to interrupt me every time?
We're going to have a dialogue. We're going to have a dialogue.
It's not a dialogue. That's a rude, controlling, manipulation tactic. Do you hear me talking? That's rude.
Well, because I'm not.
Because it's your room, you get to be a bitch.
Stop. And then you're counting. You might get off the stage right now.
Let me tell you something. You're not going to come on my stage and overtalk me. I'm the lead mod. So if I want to interrupt you and ask you a question, I'm going to do that. Stop acting like a small, big human male that can't build with a conversation. This is why Chud the Builder is sitting in jail right now, because someone said some words that hurt his feelings. And he shut up. And he can't say the N-word. He can't harass blacks with the N-word. And if they respond, he's going to lash out. That's the energy you're giving right now, my friend. So all I have to do is you don't have on the stage. You said it's not harassing to go up to a random black person that you don't know and hurl the N-word.
Or a Muslim and hurl words that affect our prophets.
Or someone
say
blah, blah, blah.
Also, can you put that job on? You're actually offending me.
No.
I'm being serious.
Well, Rabbano Shalom, all I gotta say is I don't think, I deal a lot with.
Who needs to call on her job? Me? Who are you talking to?
Hello?
You're offending me. I'm actually triggered.
Hello?
Right, and in real life, I don't know what I would do.
Horrible.
It's okay.
I swear to God, wallahi.
Wallahi.
Why don't you put a fucking hijab on?
Wow.
Put a hijab.
Oh boy.
You know, why can't people know how to act right? You know what I'm saying? Like, what happened to fucking manners? Shit. Y'all were talking about how to do your mama. Your mama didn't tell you how to act in public? What the fuck? I'm sorry, nah, this is your room, boo. Hi, what's up?
Hello, moderators. This is John. I'd like to be put in the queue.
We know you, John. Hold quiet.
Excuse me? Did you just tell me to be quiet? I was talking to a moderator, and I asked the moderator to be put in the queue.
My friend, I welcomed you back because I'm assuming you.
Well, I was very offended that you made a comment about my penis.
You'll get over it. Continue.
Well, you're a nigger.
Well, now look how you got to go to vote away right now.
Don't even boot him. Your mother's. See how that works?
No, my mother's a white Jewish woman. Your mother's a nigger.
But wait,
You come from a long line of niggers.
Your mother's a Jewish woman?
Yeah.
Hitler didn't burn her bloodline in the others.
Okay, fuck you, nigger. Now you understand why people like you.
You see how that works? Now go to the Google. You limp dick, low vibrational devil.
You know, I just want to say something, Nye. You could actually be accurate about a little penis. You know, like who knows what he's packing. But I'm not really interested in whether or not he's packing or he's lacking. What I think is interesting about Chud the Builder is that the name itself, Chud, which is like a scrotum or like a dinghy or something inferior and pathetic. But then you get the builder part. The builder part is the transformation of the Chud into something.
Wait.
Hello?
Wait. Because I don't want Martina to leave before Martina Martina, I did not get your opinion on the Odyssey. So if you leave, you gotta come back, sis. Because girl, you gotta show me some eyes. Let's move on. I can't take it no more. I'm not used to these hostile rooms. I go in rooms about movies. I don't do this shit, okay? Don't come for me. It's 2026. Don't. We ain't got to. Look on my PTR. I ain't got time for this bullshit. Come on, man. I love you, girl. But yeah, let's go. Let me breathe. Oh, Hakima's here. Hakima, what's up, Hakima? Gary.
I'm already trying to get him up here. He's not coming up.
Oh, Lord. This is just people. Kevin's here. What's up, Kevin? Kevin's down there. What's up? Oh, Lord. Come on, Kevin. I need someone.
Moderators, isn't it amazing what the N-word...
Let me say this.
Hello?
Before we move on. Let me say this. Guys.
Oh, I thought the N-word meant nigh.
What is that guy's name? Let me give our brother the proper honors. Hold on.
Hey, no, we don't need to even. No, he doesn't exist here. He doesn't need to exist.
Don't give these motherfuckers no platform. Let's go on.
I'm saying.
Eric Mays, the late great Eric Mays. He died. He was a congressman, politician, viral hero. Okay, if anybody knows that brother, go look up some of his things.
Freeze.
Shut up. Wait, look at this. Eric Mays, hey, when they go low, we go lower. And if we have any Jewish people in the room, I'm going to apologize to them. Because I don't do that anti-Semitic, may your relatives burn in the oven shit. That's not my character. Okay, so, you come to me with that bullshit, especially if you're a racist Jew, you were the last.
Anything good in the news? Something different.
Well, Rabbano Shalom, I mean, now you did insult his masculinity when you said he had a little penis. I mean, but I will be honest with you, saying the N-word is a bit much. I have tried to... I'm just saying that I think he's out of compliance when he uses the N-word. I think it's low class, but who are we to judge him on a social audio conference call where people waste entire days at a time, weeks, and years talking about the same stuff over and over and over again? Hello? Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to ask the moderators if I could be put in the queue. I'd like to read from a book, one page from a book. Thank you, moderators.
You're going to be put in the queue, John. Be quiet. Be quiet, okay? And my friend, you called me fat. Yes, I eat really good. We have money. We have money and we eat good. Don't be jealous. If you ate as good as I ate, your dick would be as big as my clit. But it would.
Holy shit!
Okay? And so now we're gonna move on.
Could you imagine if your clit was bigger than his dick? That would be a big clit.
I love that he's triggered in the audience.
You know, the interesting thing about an enlarged clitoris, most people don't know that there's no such thing as trans. Trans is just a concept. But in the medical journals, they have photos.
Somebody was brought up to the audience and I don't know. I moved him back. They have no friend count. And I'm not doing that weird shit today.
Hello?
Sorry to the gentleman I just moved. When I click on folk profile, they only have 10, 11, 12 followers or friends. The grief I'm mad, guys. The grief I'm mad about the Odyssey. Y'all heard about the Odyssey?
Have you all heard about the Odyssey? I can't wait to go see it.
Matt Damon! It's not even Homer's Odyssey. But wait. Everyone reset, guys. Happy Saturday.
Yeah.
Press Hollywood. Pop culture, celebrity, conspiracies. UFOs used to be in the title. I wonder why I took that out. I don't know. But anyway, if anybody's trying to come up, some folks were trying to.
You cannot complain about the condition of America when you sat in my face and told me I got to kiss your ass for $25 billion already gone. It's gone. It's gone.
time we've even heard of reparations or had a reparations debate. I haven't done this for a few years. See, not much has changed. It isn't a debate. It is a debate. You guys are not getting reparations.
I mean, I understand saying statute of limitations at some point. I mean, we have it for everything else.
I would think so, but the reality is that the black population
for dinner.
Amazing. So the black population for dollars for their government to give blacks money.
Lord, Lord, Lord.
I shall know that the chosen priest acts of infinite space is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the scarlet woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into them. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh, as your lidded woman bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, master of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the scarlet woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Come forth, oh children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you and in you, my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. For till all the chambers rise, the naked splendor of the wind, she bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of the deep glow. Starry blue are mine, wink of Nakonsu. Both their gods and their men of food. 12 come forth, oh children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in you.
Hello?
My joy.
Hello? Hello? Yassine? Hello? Damn, my friend, you went hard R there. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. What's going on in your life, bro, that you got to come on a conference call to waste your... Oh, I know what it is. You don't read any books. I forgot. Oh, man. What happened? What happened to you? Did you forget how to use your brain to improve your brain? Well, you never... The point is you're the loser on a conference call app screaming out the N-word. That's your opportunity cost? That's what you choose to do with your time? You suck, bro. You never even invited me to a book club. They're pathetic. My friend, what happened to your brain? Oh, my God, my friend. Tragic, really. A tragedy. Yeah, you went full R word. I mean, you know, she's a horrible person. Don't get me wrong. I'm not sticking up for her, but I'm just questioning your values, because I'm reading a book about values, and the book doesn't mention anything about some Jewish guy using conference call apps to scream out the N-word. It doesn't seem to me like that would be polite society that I would want to live in. It's just my opinion. I mean, because, I'm not saying anything other than the fact that, I try to avoid conflict. That's how I survive. Hello? It's like, that guy who was murdered at the rifle range because he was doing charity work with veterans that have PTSD. And he was like the #1 assassin that we've ever produced. He killed like hundreds of people. Chris Kyle, I think his name was. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Ron Paul said after his death, if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. And I was like, yeah, you know what? Turns out your environment actually determines whether or not sometimes you live or die. So I'm just saying that, in terms of being productive and accomplishing something, I was only in that room because I was the first person in that room, and I wanted to ask Nye about her opinion on reparations. And we had an interesting conversation about individual lawsuits versus class action lawsuits and all of her opinions and about how she never got compensated for her 40 acres. And I was like, well, you weren't a slave. You live in 2026. Some people are time travelers and they don't even know it. So anyways, I have been reading a book, and, I realized that if I listen to these dumb Clubhouse rooms and I put it on my YouTube live, in a way, if someone was to analyze who I am and what I do all day, well, I'd have to agree with them that recording Pepe and Matt Cool eke out one word every, minute, like, I'm not recording intellectuals. Let's put it that way. But I am striving to read books and claim nothing about, what I've obtained or what I do or whether it's even work. So what I'm trying to say is, hello? I've been creating more AI music, and I'm really pleased with it.
Music. I just sent you a new AI song in a text message.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if you're gonna like it. My AI music is kind of stupid and foolish. Your AI music is made specifically to elevate the brain, but my AI music is kind of a...
No, that's okay. No, sometimes the stupid stuff is actually the best stuff, because if you want to really just like be at peace, less is more. So like in Suno, I created a song just called Babyface. And it turns out Babyface, you can come up with some really cool songs. No ain't people gonna get me. Ha ha! So you know what's so amazing about AI music is it's so good that I think, see, this is like what scares me is it's so good that if you think about your whole life and all the music you've listened to, you're like, oh my God, I was being programmed, and there's all these different categories and genres that people have perfected, but AI essentially clones what they've obtained or created.
Have you ever heard of a band called Bright Eyes?
No.
Oh my God, I don't even want to tell you. I don't even want to tell you. Should I tell you?
Tell me, hurry up.
Well, it's a very depressing band made by a very depressed
society that it's like concentrated focusing. And so I hear you, like, now you're like this. I love hearing AI music because it really is, it's like you're saying, it's like a way to just get I love that song. There's that one that I really like. It's like, man, like the right to see where you go. Oh, I like the chorus. Let the night run cold. Let the noise roll by. I got roots in my boots and fire in my eyes. Gonna get mad. No Antifa. Gonna get mad. I stand straight. Oh, I'm back down. No Antifa. Gonna get mad. Anyways, I've come to the conclusion that you are an R word and that everyone on this app is an R word. I am an R word. And what I'm saying is, in an R word index or an R word bell-shaped curve, some people are on the left side of that curve. Majority of the people are in the center of that curve. And there are some people on the far right of that curve. Now, all I'm trying to say is the difference between the right, the middle, and the left is only one thing. And that is a book or books. And so I have been reading Ayn Rand's The Virtue of Selfishness because of that stupid person on here, that R-word person, Simon. And it turns out that Simon is a horrible communicator. But Ayn Rand is a fucking genius. And she lays it all out about how R-worded out we are.
Wait, are you being sincere?
Yes. See my PTR? Do you see my PTR? Hello?
It's like you with a nose.
I'm holding up what's called a book. Now, I was in the room earlier talking about reparations, and this is what I brought up. Page 37 of the Objectivist Ethics, where Ayn Rand writes, when I say capitalism, I mean a full, pure, uncontrolled, unregulated, laissez-faire capitalism with a separation of state and economics in the same way and for the same reasons as the separation of state and church. A pure system of capitalism has never yet existed, not even in America. Various degrees of government control have been undercutting and distorting it from the start. Capitalism is not the system of the past. It is the system of the future, if mankind is to have a future. So, everybody's always talking about separation of church and state, but they never talk about separation of state and economics, meaning that the $40 trillion debt, like none of this would have been possible. COVID, all the wars, none of it. Medicare, Medicaid, all these bills, none of it would have been possible without the unity of economics and state. And so this is really the big takeaway, is that everybody here is on this app, even Republican conservatives, they're all communist socialists. They all believe in state-controlled economics. And even reparations itself is the unity of economy and state. Without it, how else are they going to get it? So this app is a bunch of R words, my friend, completely and totally. No one here could actually run a pizza shop profitably. No one here could run a car dealership profitably. Because if you just ask the R words on this app, give me the formula for creating a profit, they won't be able to tell you. Buy low, sell high, or cost of goods sold versus revenue equals, net profit, less all your other expenses, my friend. You see what I'm saying? We're dealing with R words that actually are just communists. They really just believe that the government, and this is why that guy Edward, who's also a horrible communicator and annoyingly long-winded, and he, please let me finish. No, let me keep going. It's like,
wait, the Christian guy?
Yeah, Black Christian Edward.
Oh, I like that guy. You don't like him? You think
I like him, but he's also R-word.
Everybody on this app is an R-word?
I told you, he's at the higher end of the spectrum. He's less R-word than the severe left R-words.
He's still more R-word than the...
If you're on this app, by definition, you must be R-word. You wouldn't be here if you weren't R-word. You see what I'm saying? Even the guy that invited me to this app, who's like a hardcore Democrat, and he did give me my money back because, I gave him $10K, and I said, if you don't give me my money back, this is what I'm gonna do.
Wait, why did you give him that much money?
Because I wanted to invest in a business with him, and he ended up doing nothing and just taking my money. So I said, give me my money back. He said, no. I said, all right, well, this is what I'm going to do if you don't give me my money back. And then he gave me my money back. Because he knew my threats weren't empty, and he knew there could be serious repercussions if he didn't give me my fucking money back. So he gave me my money back. Anyways, I'm just saying that to come on here and not read a book, but if you got the time to come on here and say the N-word, after getting your dick called small, like, bro, that's not an environmental problem. That's a your choice problem. And so text me anytime and say, John, I've decided to open a room and I'm in an office at a desk in my house on my couch and I'm going to read a book. Would you record it and listen to it? I would say, yeah, right away, my friend, any time of the day. Instead, I got to hear you, on my YouTube Live, which you could get my YouTube Live suspended saying that kind of shit. So I've asked you before, please, no hard R, just soft H, okay? Hello?
That's true. I don't want to get you. I don't want to fuck your shit. Well, you understand why I said it. I also, if you're interested, I did put the link in the chat to my new license plate mockery video, which I posted yesterday, and it already has for license plate, bumper sticker, mockery.
See, this is something you're also, I don't think you're getting, is that your time really matters.
Well, this video took about 3 seconds to make.
No, what I'm saying is, if you are going to go on a stage with a chick like Nye, or anybody, the point is you can actually make that interaction joyful, funny, and intelligent. And it's just a you problem.
Maybe you can.
No, you can too. Just think about it from like the perspective that you're being hired by CBS, NBC, ABC to create family-friendly content. Because, having formerly worked at Google, and if you just do a survey of what is successful, it turns out that the family industry, it's the biggest industry, my friend. And so, again, do you actually want more abundance in your life, because you have that ability within you. And I mean, you haven't sent me one link to watch one YouTube video of one short, of one time-lapse thing of you working your knuckles raw on a back skit. Baby in a back skit. You see what I'm saying? Show me what you can do. You are being, I don't think you're being productive, personally. Because guess what is productive in 2026? Creating YouTube videos. Because the attention economy is the future economy of even now. It doesn't go away, and your library will build. You're doing it. But please, show me what you got. Send me a link and say, John, look at this. I'll be like, wow, bro. dude, let me post that link. And then next thing you know, you're like, dude, my YouTube account on this burner phone that I bought is building momentum. Oh my goodness.
Did you see the one with the dandelion fritters?
I don't know, my friend. I think I did. But see, I don't want old stuff. I want the new stuff. And that's what you're failing to do. You always keep going back. Oh, I did this, I did that, I got this, I got that. I'm like, show me the new one. Show me the volume. Show me something new. When I go out and people say, oh, you're John, I go, no, I'm New Johnny. They say, who gave you the name New Johnny? I said, that's my new name. They go, no, I don't agree. I'm New Johnny. I say, okay. They call me Good Johnny, but I want to be known as New Johnny. I'm always trying to exceed and excel and be new in the now. And so this app is highly addictive, not because it's addictive. It's actually just an R word index tent with clowns in it. And when you discover that you are a clown in a tent, well, guess what you can do? You can get out of the tent and take the clown outfit off and just put a camera secretly inside the tent and just record all the clowns. You know, you can walk away and just make money from the recordings of the clowns in the tent. It's a clown show. You're now producing the clown show instead of being an unaware somnambulist sleepwalking in a clown tent. This is a graveyard, my friend. People don't come here to thrive. You have people here, their lives are horrible. And this is the dream state that they think.
I taught a bunch of teenagers how to drive.
You also came on a conference call and called a black woman in Chicago the N-word multiple times. Now, I'm just worried about you, my friend, because in the real world, you know, maybe, I mean, your borderline personality, you know, are you going to inflame a situation by opening your mouth? Or are you going to remain silent and let the R word pass? You know, meaning like this too shall pass. So like if you were in a convenience store and an N word said something to you, like, hey, bitch, buy me this payday, bitch, and white boy, and whatever, you know? And let's say you said something like you said to Nye, you know? That's what I'm saying is, you know, you got to be like a ninja in this world today. And that doesn't mean open confrontation. That means attack in the shadows. Never let anyone know that you even did anything. If you had to do something, well, you wouldn't tell everybody about what you had to do. You'd keep it a secret. You wouldn't say nothing. Hello?
Is to see your joy.
Again, the name of this house is Emotional Programming Objectivist because I read books. Unlike a lot of Jewish people I know, they don't read nothing anymore. I know this hot Jewish Israeli chick. She's like, oh, you should come to Hawaii with me, John. I'm like, oh, have you read a book? She goes, no, not in 20 years. I'm not kidding. And I said, well, she says, do you have any book recommendations? I said, just pick up a book and take a picture of a book and confirm with me that you can even still fucking read. And she's like, ha ha ha, very funny, John. I'm like, no, it's for real. You are fucking R-worded out. Your brain is rotted. You know, this girl has 3 Siberian Huskies. She's spent the greater part of her life just picking up dog poop. And, you know, for some people, that system works just fine. And if you got a lot of money, great. But part of life is using your brain to read books, to make your brain more intelligent, and to make your life even better. It works. There are programs that you can run through your brain They're called books. And your brain isn't automatic. It requires work. And some people will, I don't got time to read a book, but you got time to come to Clubhouse every fucking day. 12 hours a fucking day to run your fucking mouth. To listen to people, to debate people while you're supposedly working? My friend, read a fucking book.
To see your She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of her needs. The winged love is starry blue. Her mind awaketh noch zu. My joy is to see your joy.
The unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite. There is no difference. Help me, oh one and all of feet, in my unveiling before the children of men. 6 feet out deep, my secret center, my heart.
school youth that you are inside out, especially when now that we have this modern DNA. All right, now,
Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the manifestation of night to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. Five, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. Now I need my secret center, my heart and my heart. Seven, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of Morpatras. It's in the cast, is in the pool, not the pool in the cast. Nine worship, then the cast, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the loud. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my hand I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red